Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges for watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
LJ commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, guys, we are back. We are back in the Robert Tellis trial. Just trying to get the chat on screen. We're going to be set. We're going to continue picking up with the testimony, which we paused just briefly for the verdict in the bad neighbor trial. I have to say congratulations to AES, first in chat here. I don't know who was first in chat in the bad neighbor one, but it was a brief internet ownership. Whoever it was, I'll sign the certificate. You own the internet for minutes, and you did a great job. Welcome. Let's turn this down and get ready to pick up where we left off. Give me just 1 second here. All right. We gotta sync up camera 6, camera 2. 6 gonna be live, ready, super source. Here we go. Ready, set, go. Okay, so we're just... Okay, here we go. Ready? Do we have audio?
Or basically you want to end up with income at the end of the probate process so that you have a distribution for heirs or beneficiaries.
Okay.
So,
and so it would be sort of handling what's left.
Handling what's left of the person, right?
To give to their heirs.
Correct.
And then that position that you had was called estate coordinator?
Correct.
Were you the only estate coordinator, or are there more than one in the office?
I was not the only one. There were more.
Okay. Did some of that estate coordination involve you maybe meeting with people fixing up houses or people in real estate?
Yeah, if a decedent had real property and that needed to be administered through the probate process, sold, fixed up, yes, we would have to partake in that.
Okay. So sometimes you would be going out to houses and walking through them, working with people that maybe worked on the houses in order to sell.
Working with the vendors, correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Mr. Tellis came in as the public administrator at some point, kind of succeeding Mr. Cahill. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Do you remember what year that was?
I think it was 2018.
Okay. Yeah. Could it have been 2019?
Oh, I honestly don't remember what year that was.
That's okay. When he came into the office, you were working still there.
Yes.
Did he implement certain changes about how yourself and other employees could go about their work?
Yeah, there were lots of changes.
And were those changes well received by all of the employees, or were they kind of divisive?
We were very divisive on them.
Okay. At some point, would you have considered yourself friends with Mr. Tellis?
At some point. I mean, sure, not in the beginning, but
yeah.
Sure.
Over time, did you develop a friendship?
Yes.
I want to kind of move to May of 2022.
Okay.
Did you become aware that reporter Jeff Gman was possibly writing a story that would have included information about you?
Yes.
Who told you that Mr. Gman was writing that story?
Rob did.
And by Rob, you mean Mr. Tellis?
Robert Tellis, yes.
Did he give you contact information for Mr. Gman?
Yes.
To call him?
Yes.
Did you talk to Mr. Gman?
I did.
And was that a brief conversation?
Very brief.
Okay. Do you remember in May of 22 if Mr. Gman ever came to the public administrator's office?
He did.
And what was his purpose in coming there?
Just to actually see the office, and I know Rob invited him over to take a look and see what was going on in the office.
Okay. And so Mr. Gman was present in the office at some point in May of 22?
Correct.
And that was at Mr. Tellis's invitation?
Correct.
And do you know if Mr. Tellis sat for an interview?
It was on TV, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there, to your knowledge, a news story that followed that interview?
Yes.
And what was Rob's reaction to that news story?
I don't think any of us were happy about that news story.
You were not happy.
Yes.
I guess I should say it this way. Were you happy about the news story?
I was upset, embarrassed, and relieved all at the same time, I think.
Okay. Upset, embarrassed, and relieved. What was Mr. Tellis's reaction?
I would assume upset.
Did he ever talk to you about that story?
Yes, we talked about that story.
What did he say about it?
He was not happy about it.
Okay. What were his feelings about Mr. Gman?
He did not like Mr. Gman.
Did you ever describe it as stronger than dislike?
Like hate?
Hated
I
him?
would assume he hated him.
Did he ever tell you he hated him?
Yes.
He had said that? I assume that was after the story was written?
Yes.
Were there other stories besides that first one that followed?
Yeah, there were a lot of stories that followed.
And in those succeeding stories, I assume, did Mr. Tellis's feelings about Mr. Gman change, or did it sort of stay in that negative hate space?
I honestly don't know if his feelings changed about it. I just think they were terrible stories, intentional stories. So
okay,
it ruined his career, right? It ruined his chances.
I'm sorry?
It ruined his chances to run. So I would assume he'd be upset.
And
she's upset.
By
too,
that, you're
about the
saying at the
stories.
time,
Very.
Mr. Tellis was running in a primary for public administrator,
Right.
and those stories were published. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Mr. Tellis lost the primary,
Yes.
meaning he wouldn't be public administrator the following year.
Correct.
After Mr. Tellis lost that primary, let me ask you this. When he lost the primary, did he lose the primary to someone who was already working at the public administrator's office?
Yes, Rita Reed.
And was that one of the employees that was kind of against his changes?
Yes.
After he lost that primary, did he come to the office?
Not as much, no.
Okay. Was he like working from home or staying away?
Working from home, he'd come in and sign checks or sign legal documents.
Okay. Did he ever express concern about Mr. Gman writing another article?
No.
Did you ever hear, like you said, he had said that he hated Mr. Gman. Were you two communicating much after he loses the primary?
Not very much, no.
Okay, and that's because he was primarily working from home or coming in?
This is a coworker of his, or probably
Did you,
a underling.
Did you ever know Mr.
Subordinate.
Tellis to respond to things Mr. Gman had written on social media?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sure. Were you ever aware of whether Mr. Tellis responded to stuff Mr. Gman had written on social media?
Yes.
Those were spicy.
It was called Twitter back then?
Correct.
Did
don't know
you
what to
have
call
a
it
feeling
now.
about whether or not he should do that?
Yeah, I told him to stop.
And did you just think that was going to cause more problems?
I just felt like the more you were responding with Mr. Gman, the more articles that were going to come out for no reason.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
That for no reason, that's her personal opinion.
After
Feminine.
Mr. Tellis loses the primary, that's in June, is that correct?
Sure, I don't remember.
Okay, that's
No.
okay. Sometime after that, do you become aware that Mr. Gman has now made another public records request?
Yes.
And I assume it's after the primary.
Correct.
And that's for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Yep, and then also between Rita Reed and Mr. Mike Murphy.
Okay. And did the county notify you that, hey, you're going to, this request has been made for your emails and that sort of thing?
Yeah. Communication, the director of communications or another representative from Clark County sent me an email about it.
Okay. And then I want to now move forward to Labor Day weekend of 2022. So this will be September. Do you recall if you went into work at all on that Friday of Labor Day weekend?
I did. I went into work on Friday. I had found out the week prior that I was getting to transfer to Clark County Social Services, where I work now. And so I had over 60-some cases assigned to me that I had to complete case statuses on for the next person who was going to receive that assignment. So I went in with the intent of overtime to work on those case statuses, and I saw an email from the communications department asking us to review these emails that were going to be sent forth to Gman. So I ended up that morning requesting overtime for that instead of doing my case statuses.
Okay.
So yes.
May I've shown both these exhibits to Mr. Draskovich, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? Ms. Lee Kennett, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 341 and 342. 341 is just a calendar, just so we can talk about when we're talking, or when I'm asking you questions, and that appears to be a calendar for September 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then, 342, it's redacted, but it appears to be an email to yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Okay.
And it's from September 1st, is that correct?
Okay, yeah.
State moves to admit 341, 342.
No objection.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 341, which is our calendar. And I think you said that you went into work on the Friday before Labor Day weekend in order to catch up on some past casework.
It's just a calendar.
Complete
Just
case
says
statuses,
September
not
2022.
catch up, but case statuses for
There's
when I
nothing
moved
else
on.
the calendar.
And so that would have been on Friday the 2nd.
Correct.
And I don't need to know the exact time, but did you go in the morning, or when would you have been there?
Yeah, in the morning, 7, 8 a.m. I don't remember. I'm sure Human Resources will have my
Yeah, because you would have had to log in on a computer.
Correct.
But you said that you saw an email with regard to the messages that were going to be released.
Correct.
What was your understanding of the date they were going to be released?
I had no idea when they were going to be released.
Okay. Did you feel that there was some urgency for you to go through them on the Friday?
I believe there was a deadline of when they had to be reviewed by.
Okay.
So, yeah, there was urgency.
Okay. And so instead of doing your work, you start going through this group of messages that may be released to the reporter.
Correct.
And that's all on the 2nd.
That's correct.
Now I'm putting on the overhead 342. And does that appear to be an email? I mean, it's sent at 5:45 p.m. on the 1st. So you would have seen that email on
Friday, because I leave work normally 5 p.m.
So you would have
before. I didn't see it on Thursday. Correct.
Okay. So you received the email about the messages, but you don't see it until Friday, right?
Correct.
So the email is sent out on Thursday. Hey, go through the messages, and then you go in on Friday and start going through the messages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk to Mr. Tellis about the group of messages that were going to be released?
After I had reviewed them, I had created like a Word document advising him what concerns of some of the emails exchanges. My concerns were about some of our vendors named in there. And that was it. I actually said, I really don't care what was in here. There doesn't appear to be anything beyond the name of one of our vendors that I had concerns with.
Okay. Yep. Did he raise any concerns to you about what was in the group?
He did not.
Okay. So you sent him, is it fair to say, like a Word document by email to say, these are the things I'm worried about?
Correct.
Okay. After that, do you do anything with regard to those messages?
No.
I assume at some point you leave work on that Friday?
Correct.
And you go home, and I'm just going to put on the overhead 341. You go home, and I assume at some point you see some news broadcasts about Jeff Gman?
Saturday morning, because it was my intent to go back into the office that whole weekend to complete my case statuses. So I wake up, I look at local news every morning while I'm getting ready. I saw on Twitter, or X, whatever, an article about Gman being murdered.
Elon Musk rolls over.
So that freaked me out. Yes.
And
every time somebody calls it
once
Twitter.
you learn of that on the news, do you have communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis about the fact that Mr. Gman had been murdered?
Yes, I had reached out and said something to the fact like, oh my gosh, Mr. Gman's been murdered. Sent him a copy of the screenshot of that and said I was not going to go into work anymore.
Okay. And was that just because you were a little bit concerned about your safety?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Graskovich, this is 343. May I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Lee Kinnan, I'm showing you what's been marked states 343. I know you probably don't recognize the type of document it is, but do these appear to be text messages between yourself and Mr. Tellis?
Right, yeah, from that morning, yep.
Okay. In fact, I gave you a copy of
Right.
this a few days ago for you to review.
Right.
And so this is a fair representation of your communications?
Yes.
State moves to admit 343.
No objection.
I'm turning to the, excuse me, the second page of the, the third page of the document. And it appears to be a text from you, right?
Yes.
And it's from 9/4/2022.
Thank you,
and
Big
it
Mike.
looks like it's at a little after 7 a.m. And
Right.
you're saying, oh my goodness, Jeff Gman died.
Yep.
And it looks, just from the punctuation, like that was surprising to you.
Absolutely.
And I think you said that you sent screenshots of the
Of that
articles.
article.
This is on page 4. It looks like there's a communication on 9/4, same date, and it looks like you send a screenshot to Mr. Tellis of like communication on social media. Is that fair?
Yep.
And the second message appears to be we have a bigger version of it, but a
I can't see
screenshot of
it.
the article. Is that yes?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
I can't see it, so.
Yeah, I actually have a
Just
bigger
assuming.
version. I'm
Okay.
one step behind you. So does that look like a readable
sad news
version
to
of
learn the death
the
of Bulldog
screenshot of
reporter
what you
Jeff
saw on
Gman?
social media
Gman.
about Mr. Gman's death?
Gman.
Sure.
And then,
Yeah, that's what I thought I sent, yes.
okay. So those were sent to Mr. Tellis.
Correct.
And his response, this is on page 5 of the document. It's kind of focusing. His response to you is, holy shit.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, we're
And
doing body
you
cam.
actually respond.
It's all over Twitter.
It's all over Twitter.
Correct.
So then do you communicate with him your concern about going into work?
Yes,
And so you, I think if I'm understanding you, you opt not to go into work that day?
absolutely not. Correct. I stayed home.
Okay. I want to move on. This is page 34 of the documents. And it looks like, are you able to read that up there from you? Yeah, I'll brighten it.
Please brighten it. Actually, we need the cameraman for that camera to adjust the iris. That would be the fix. Adjust the iris or the shutter speed.
Let me zoom in a little. So So this is a communication, it looks like, from you to Mr. Tellis on
Okay.
9/6 of 2022.
Okay.
And it looks like you write, have you received a response from Jeff or the DA? Just wondering.
Okay.
Do you know what that's in regard to?
I do not remember. I'm just looking at that. I don't.
Okay. Do you think it was in regard to the records? Or do you not remember? Or?
I don't even remember what Jeff I'm talking about on there, or the DA. Probably, yeah, our DA for Clark County.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember a lot.
That's okay. But I mean, fair to say that's what that text says.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And the only DA, I mean, like the DA that you would have been interacting with would be like the DA civil
For public
those,
administrators, correct.
Okay, dealing with those messages.
Right.
Okay. And then this is page 36. And it is from 9/6 of 22. And you send a message, Rob, WTF,
Yeah.
please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while.
Correct.
What had you seen that made you send that message to him?
I think what everyone else saw, that Yukon in the photos
You mean
or in media,
the media messages that
Right.
Metro sent out
right?
of a car associated with Mr. Gehrman's murder?
Correct.
And had you known Mr. Tellis to have a similar Yukon?
He had driven it to work a few times. I believe it's his wife's vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're kind of like, whoa, don't drive your car around for a while.
Yes.
And then his response is, that's crazy.
Okay. Yes.
Is that fair?
Yep.
And it looks like, this is page 37, you say,
Yep.
please tell me your Yukon is not that color.
Correct.
You wrote that.
Correct.
And this is page 38.
And he replied and said, exact match? What did he say?
He says, it is similar if not the same.
Correct.
And you
It's
ask
one of
him
these
another
two.
detail. Do you have racks on yours too, meaning the...
Right. From the photos, right?
Okay. And this is page 39.
If not the same.
What do you say?
Please tell me you don't.
Okay, and then
I'm freaking out, Rob.
and are you starting to get nervous?
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect.
Okay. And then this is page 40. He says, yeah, I think so. It's fine. I didn't do it.
Right?
And then you ask another question about his tires.
Right. You don't have special rims, do you?
Okay. And then you,
It's the
this is
exact
page
match.
41, tell him I am, and then
Very worried.
Everything's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
and you then say what?
I say it's not you, but they could try to use the vehicle as a way to suspect you.
And then his response is, my car has all matching wheel patterns.
Okay?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is page 43. You seem kind of bewildered. You say, I don't understand.
Correct.
And then you say,
Your rims look like the photo.
and this is page 44. He answers you, I think they are saying that the front does not match the back.
Correct.
And then you say,
F, your car is identical.
No, she didn't say F. She.
so you kind of communicate with him back and forth, fair to say, based on what you saw
Right.
from the Metro release of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. And those are contained in these text messages that we discussed.
Yes.
Do you know what Trillion is?
Yes.
What is that?
For me, it was just an instant messaging app.
Okay, like Snapchat or something like that?
Correct.
Did you install that ever on your phone?
I had.
And who asked you to install it on your phone, or
Rob?
Rob Tellis? Mm-hmm. Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you installed it?
Yes.
Did you two communicate through Trillian?
We have, yes.
Uh-oh.
Court's indulgence. Thank
We're
you,
get-
ma'am. I'll pass the witness, Cheryl.
We're getting, prosecution avoids the T.
What time was Your Honor wanting to take?
How long do you think you'll be?
Could be a little bit.
Okay, all right, so we will break for lunch at this time. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in a way regarding the case where it's notes either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. And we'll be in recess till, let's see, 1:15. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise for next jury.
Okay, so we have about 45 minutes, about a 45-minute wait. As we, wow. Let's see. Did I see your last message? Hang on. Chat's been going really fast. This has been sent a link to mod chat. I saw this with all of Jeff German's articles on the 4 dates of the Tellis articles he wrote. I did see that. We're not going to go into those yet. I don't think the articles are coming in as evidence in this trial. I think they're the actual contents, although we've seen like the headlines. I don't think we're going to see the actual article. The state all but said that there was something going on between the witness and the defendant. They installed their own little messaging app so they could message back and forth. She knows him by Rob, first name, and that's not uncommon. But there seemed to be something more to their relationship than what's come out as far as direct testimony. I don't know if the state didn't go there. They've rested. Now they get rebuttal, so they might bring that up at some point. I'm not sure why they would. At this point, it only harms the witness. Honestly, I don't think it may actually be ruled on in a motion in limine that this might be more prejudicial than probative to bring that in. But the defense has to cross her. They have to go after her in some way. No, the state hasn't rested. Did I say the state rested? No. The state stopped questioning this witness. I misspoke. They did not rest. The state said no further questions for this witness. They passed the witness. I'm sorry. I need to open one of these other bottles I have down here on the ground. By the way, big shout out to Leonardo, who was my DoorDash driver this morning. Hooked me up with some of the contraband. No messages from Trillian. Trillian, it sounds like it's an encrypted end-to-end messaging system. Let's see.
Blackbird Squeaks.
Blackbird Squeaks. Haven't talked to you in ages.
Hey, buddy.
How are you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, chat. Hey, I did get that other sink of dishes started, so don't worry about me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I think those are all going to come in through a technical expert, so I think we're going to get to hear all the tea.
I don't know why we would drag it out of this witness.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just embarrassing for her, right?
I think they were wondering how loyal / maybe a little bit snippy she might be, or not cooperative in the process of reading those out word by word, line by line. I don't know. So, but I was calling originally to say, no, they didn't rest. They were blah, blah. So, but it turned into just this comment. So,
yeah, I misspoke. It's been a wild day. We portaled back and forth between a lot of different things. I started late. We had to do catch up. It's been rough.
Y'all, I don't even do live stuff. I just do, videos that I could take all the time and that I needed to edit and get perfect, and it's a lot. So
I can't do that.
Don't blame you. Thank you for taking us along.
Blackbird Squeaks, thank you very much. I cannot do
right.
I cannot do a recorded video and edit it and publish it. I've tried and I can't. I am. When I go back and watch myself, I'm like, oh, did I say that? Did I pronounce that? Did I really and I end up editing down to nothing and say, well, try it again. And I never get a video done. The only way I could be on YouTube is if I'm live and just like, screw it. Yep. I did it. I said it. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize.
There's two camps. So you got to be, it's not, you could be a little bit of both, but it's good. What you do is good, and we need it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Blackbird Squeaks.
All right.
Good to hear from you.
Are you watching?
Yeah,
all right.
We'll see you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Quick question from Lindsay Hendricks says, I missed some of the earlier, but I caught some of the testimony. Quick question. Do you remember any of the jury questions from today? You're talking about the jury questions in the deliberation where the neighbor lady was found, well, they found her guilty. Sorry if I spoiled that for you. We did follow that live. I think you're talking about questions today. I don't remember. Can chat help me out? There was one specifically about another spoiler. Estate is not rested. Yes. Somebody, I need to go back and edit that out. Is this lunch? Are we taking lunch? Why is it a short lunch today? I think we might stay here. I've given you guys so much whiplash. Okay, question number 1 was about 911 tapes. Okay, that's going back to the neighbor trial. I'm talking about questions in the Las Vegas trial. Boom, boom, boom. Yes, Patricia. I haven't opened it yet. You can see I really like Mountain Dew, and I shouldn't. It's just a diet thing. That's my reasoning for not drinking Mountain Dew. Although I will tell you, in my defense, and I could show you this on DoorDash, when I ordered this beverage, let me actually show you. I can pull up my order and I'll show you the picture. Not that this. I realize this is like splitting hairs a little bit. DoorDash. Me. Orders. Came from Maverick Adventures First Stop. I'm just going to... Well, you're not going to be able to see this very well. But if you look... Come on, go back. Where's today? August 16th. It's tiny. I'm trying to get a better picture of it. Okay, here we go. If you look at DoorDash where it says Mountain Dew 1 liter, if you look really close at the picture, it's Diet Mountain Dew in the picture. Now, the label just says regular Mountain Dew. But I looked at the picture and it says Diet, and that's what I ordered. And it's not. Is it my fault they brought us the good stuff instead of Diet? No, it's not. I'm gonna say I'm taking that a win. Yeah, it's bad. I need to stop. All right. Okay. Let's talk about the case here. First of all, I don't know how the defense is going to overcome this. We know that we're taking a lunch break now because the cross-examination is going to be somewhat lengthy, and it is. Let's see. It's 12:30 right now, so it'll probably be over 15, maybe 30 minutes of cross-examination, which means they're going to go after this witness on some items of testimony. She has inside scoop on this because she worked in the office. She worked very closely with Rob. She was communicating with him about this. She said things about, I had suspicions. Please don't drive your Yukon around. Tell me your Yukon's different than that one. Oh, it's the same. They've got some things they have to hammer on because this is resonating in the jury's mind right now as they're on break. And is it, I don't know, will they go in and say, okay, maybe you just said these things because, they might try to bring up if there was a relationship, if there was a past or a failed relationship between them. Is that why you're saying these things? They might go there, and that would be quite brutal for this witness because it's going to be really, really rough if they go that area. But they've got to do something to try to claw back just a little bit of reasonable doubt in this, because witness after witness is just presenting evidence that is just boom, mic drop, boom, mic drop. And I don't know what they have left. Mandy Strong says, I'm struggling with Snickers bite size late at night. The struggle is real. I just noticed my courthouse colors change. Congratulations, Mandy. It's yellow, but guess what? Next month it will be orange. Changes to orange on the 12-month. Congratulations. Thank you for 11 months of support. Very much appreciate it. It would not be the same without you here, Mandy. The sentencing, going back to the neighbor case, I know it's weird talking about two trials at the same time. The sentencing in the neighbor case is set for about 3 months out, about 90 days out, which is the outer limit we usually see on cases where we have a PSI request, a pre-sentence investigation. And there is one here. So it may happen sooner if it gets done sooner, but they've already booked that date. Yes, Juniper, she was. The jury came back after 2 hours and 40 minutes of deliberations, found her guilty as charged. There were no lesser included, so it was just guilty as charged. I missed your 6-month message. Oh. Megan, I am so sorry. Let's see. Did it happen to get caught here? Let's see. Holistic Robot, welcome to the gallery. Di Beeson, I just gave you promotion. I called you doctor. Appreciate you so much. Best channel. Thank you very much. We have Law Watcher, 1587. Thanks for all the great court coverage. Thank you, Law Watcher. Appreciate that. Big Mike, gifted 5 memberships. And Mandy Strong, member for 11 months, says I'm struggling with the Snickers bite size. Not me. I can just pop them one after another. I have no struggle whatsoever. I eat them as intended, and only more than intended. Can you please explain what a pre-investigation is? English is my second language. Marcia, yes. In cases where a defendant is found guilty, sometimes the punishment has a range. It has an area of where the verdict can be. In this particular case, where the punishment comes in is the judge's purview. So the judge will decide exactly what her sentence is within that range of allowable sentences. There might be a minimum, there might be a maximum. It could be the minimum or the maximum or anywhere in the middle. And so before making that decision, the judge will say, let's do an investigation. Let's gather all the data so I have all the information I need to make my best decision possible. If that investigation might include things like prior criminal history and might show that she has, 15 felonies of a similar nature. And in that case, the judge might say, yeah, this is pretty bad. I'm going to lean on the maximum side. Or it might show that she has, some mental struggles, that she has, physical ailments, that, there might be mitigating factors for one reason or another, victims of crime, upbringing, all sorts of things can come into this PSI. And then those things will be taken into account when the judge makes the decision. So it takes time for somebody to do that investigation. That investigation does involve an interview, talking with the defendant, and doing some research, and all that will come in prior to sentencing. Let's see. Thanks for helping me get through this spreadsheet today, Helena Handbasket. I'm glad we can help. Better you than me on the spreadsheet, though. Let's see. I can look right here instead of up there. It's easier to read. You're good at juggling 2 trials at once. Please don't apologize for not knowing which trial one of us is asking about. 2 is my limit. Once we reach 3 trials, I start getting really frazzled. Marcia, glad we can help. Hopefully that was helpful. I feel like I was in school with you looking at the camera. I really appreciate you being my teacher. Well, bring an apple and we'll all be happy. Give an apple for the teacher, right? Patricia, welcome. Glad you can watch on the TV, even if it makes commenting a little harder. Okay. Flipping streams messes up my spreadsheet. Labman, I could take a break. My family's all gone. They're all gone. They're going to there's a Scottish pipe band thing at some point today they're going to be at. they've all got things scheduled. So I'm by myself right now. I could take a break, but I have no car and nothing to do. I could go metal detect in the park. Zimmy from the bus stop says, 11 months since I found you in the true crime community. My sleep will never be the same again. Thank you for keeping us company almost every day. Carol, when did the sleepers awake? Shortly after we finished the live stream, and I quickly realized that I had completely misjudged that. I issued a full apology for that. Turns out they were homeless. We went out and met with them and talked to them. My wife and I, we introduced ourselves, talked to them, ended up giving them some food, seeing if there's anything they needed. I felt terrible about how I covered that, and I apologized. That won't happen again. But nice people. It was good to go out and talk to them and meet with them, and we did check and had professionals help and see if they needed any help that way. And they didn't need any help. They actually stayed. The professionals came, talked to them. Everything was good, and they stayed for probably 2 hours more off in the shade. You're not on vacation. You've been covering double time. Hey, I've told you I do this for work, but if I wasn't working, I would do this. So yes, this is sort of like vacation. This is the best job I've ever had. I love every single day. There's never a point waking up as like, oh, court starts in a little while. No, it's not there. I'm like, yes. Open. That's me. I feel like I've drunk the Mountain Dew and it hasn't even, it's kicked in, but it's not. Carler, so proud to be part of the group. Thank you. Look at that, Carler. 12 months. You made it the full year. Thank you very much. The metal detector needs a walk. Better take it out. I will in the evening, maybe. Mandy Strong, Sarah Boone's recent motion must be read live. It's a doozy. We can do that. Let's see, what time do we have? What time do they come back? In half an hour? Is it 12:15 or 1:15 they come back? Have you been metal detecting? Have you found anything on your holiday? No, I have not on this trip yet. I have one metal detector with me. It's the one that's the easiest to pack and the lightest because it's the only thing I had room for. I brought so much gear for everything else. Oh, good news! Good news out of.
Is over. To escape from custody, police found Ramon Alston.
Yeah, the good news out of North Carolina. The convict who escaped just was captured. That was good. Okay, I was going to Sarah Boone. I forgot where I was going here. Let's bring up Sarah Boone's motion. I think Greeners, you were probably the first person to send this to me. There you go. Emailed you the motion. Let's see where it is. Oh, it was an email. I was looking at text message. 1 second, Greeners. Winston. Is it the Winston Hobson one? Is that the one we want to read? Mel, who's this? Let me read the name here. Mel Stiller says, I discovered you very recently, and I'm really glad I did. Thank you, Mel. Thank whoever helped you discover us. Welcome. It's good to have you here in the community. This is a fun group. I will tell you, watching the court on my own, I like that, but it is not the same as being here with all of you. It is so much fun to watch with all of you. I love it. Okay, so that is the one. Yes, let's read it. Okay, let me transfer this over to what camera can we use? Let's just go to 8, shall we? I'm not using 8 for anything right now. That's this mouse. Okay, there's camera 8. Let's open the document. Go full screen. Change to continuous view. It's only a few pages. We'll get through this before we get back from lunch. This is good. This is good. All right, switch to 8. Can you all see this? Is that good? All right, this is a motion for attorney's fee requesting a hearing. Okay, this is not the one Sarah wrote. This is Winston Hobson. Comes now Winston E. Hobson, Esquire, as the private court-appointed attorney in the above entitled case. This is dated 8/16. It just got filed today. She doesn't have an attorney, but this is her past attorney. and files a motion for attorney's fees pursuant to Section 27 in support of the state as follows. The undersigned, Winston E. Hobson, was duly appointed to represent the defendant. The undersigned is now billing on this cause because the case has reached final disposition in this representation. The Justice Administration Commission's response to the billing was to object to the flat fee amount of $15,000 for attorney's fees, and a hearing is requested. The attorney wants $15,000. A copy of the objection letter is attached. A copy of the order of June 28th is also attached. The undersigned counsel represented the defendant from the date of appointment through February 9th, 2024, when the court discharged counsel and appointed attorney Cashman. Defendant now represents herself after discharge of attorney Cashman. The order of appointment of undersigned counsel is on file with the JAC. The defendant was ordered to represent herself. The defendant was charged in the above-styled cause with 1 count of second-degree murder. The maximum sentence the defendant faces is life imprisonment. Because of the length of representation in this case, the volume of the discovery, the witness list, and the complexity of issues, counsel is seeking payment on the flat fee in the matter. The case involved voluminous pages of discovery, filling two or more bankers' boxes, photographs, numerous hours of video and video statements in the case, viewing the voluminous amount of video material in the public domain. What? He was watching us? Hours of consultation and discussions with an expert psychologist in attempts to develop defenses in the matter, letters to and from the defendant, video and in-person visits. He says visits, but I think it was singular. Just kidding. With the defendant at the Orange County Jail, numerous consultations with the private investigator, in-person visit at the jail with Billy Lane, who's from Prison Break Investigations, still with defendant. Counsel received numerous and very extensive letters from the defendant, not very flattering either, and did extensive review and research into legal matters, many at the defendant's request. Counsel spent no fewer than 200 hours on this representation. Quick math. You ready? Hey Siri, what's 15,000 divided by 200?
15,000 divided by 200 is 75.
He wants $75 an hour for his time. That's pretty cheap for a lawyer. Counsel copied and sent over $400 copy costs of information to the defendant. Until a court order is entered, JAC will not refund this amount. Undersigned counsel has submitted a voucher to JAC for payment. The Florida statute says a private attorney appointed by the court from the registry to represent a client is entitled to payment, as provided in this section. Florida statutes also state the Justice Administration Commission, or JAC, shall review an intended billing by private court-appointed counsel for attorney fees based on a flat fee per case for completeness and compliance with contractual and statutory requirements. The Commission may approve the intended bill for a flat fee per case for payment without approval by the court if the intended billing is correct. An intended billing that seeks compensation for any amount exceeding the flat fee established for a particular type of representation, as prescribed in the General Appropriations Act, shall comply with subsections 11 and 12. He wants the full amount. Even though he only did part of the representation. Legislature recognizes that on rare occasion, an attorney may receive a case that requires extraordinary and unusual effort. If counsel seeks compensation that exceeds the limits prescribed by law, he or she must file a motion with the chief judge for order approving payment of attorney fees in excess of these limits. If the chief judge or designee finds that counsel is proved by competent and substantial evidence that the case required extraordinary and unusual efforts, the chief judge or designee shall order the compensation to be paid to the attorney at a percentage above the flat fee rate, depending on the extent of the unusual and extraordinary effort required. The percentage shall only be the rate necessary to ensure that the fees paid are not confiscatory? Is that? I don't know how to pronounce it. I know it looks like confiscate, but it's confiscatory under common law. The percentage may not exceed 200% of the established flat fee, absent a specific finding that 200% of the flat fee in the case would be confiscatory. Am I saying this right? Probably not. I never do. Hey Siri, define confiscatory.
Okay, I found this on the web for define confiscatory. Check it out.
So at least I was saying it right. Says confiscatory, characterized by affecting or resulting in confiscation. If the chief judge or designee determines that 200% of the flat fee would be confiscatory, he or she shall order an amount of compensation using the hourly rate not to exceed $75 per hour, which is the maximum he's asked for a non-capital case, and $100 per hour for a capital case. So he just wants to get paid. He says they also, the JAC, look at this. Part 11 here, as I'm just scanning ahead. Let me read 10 and then 11. As a result of the undersigned counsel's acceptance and work on the above-styled case and the incredible demands of the case on the defendant, the extreme consumption of time and effort daily for the duration of the representation, counsel often had to set aside various work demands and other activities. Lost opportunities resulted. Prior and after undersigned counsel being appointed, other attorneys were and since appointed to represent the defendant. There are many before and some after. Those attorneys also did very significant work in the case, as evidenced by their motions for attorney's fees with various attachments. They too were rejected by JAC to receive the flat fee amount in this case. Because of what is outlined above and the work done by the attorneys, failing to pay each flat fee would be confiscatory. So they were rejected. He's probably going to get rejected as well. Wherefore, it's respectfully requested that the court enter an order approving the amount of $15,000 for attorney's fees, directing that the undersigned be compensated by the State of Florida Justice Administrative Commission, and for such other and further relief as the court deems just and equitable. Signed, Winston E. Hobson. Good riddance. Does it say good riddance on the bottom? No, it didn't. It did not say good riddance. That's one of them. Let's go back. There's another letter. I think we're talking about the motion from, let's see. What does that sound? You guys hear that? I've got noise somewhere in the line. There shouldn't be, but I'm hearing it. All right. Let's see. Going back to... Sarah Boone motion. Here, well, let's do the other one because I think we have time. This is handwritten Sarah Boone, as that we know and love. Send it over right now. We're receiving the airdrop. Look, there it is. Where's my mouse? That's the wrong mouse. The other mouse, identical to it. That's the one we need. All right, here's our document. Continuous scroll. Is there a way to set the preset to always be on continuous scroll? Because that's how we need it. Okay, in the Circuit Court of the 9th Judicial Circuit in and for Florida, Orange County, Florida, State of Florida, case number. This is Sarah Boone's case number. Division 20, Sarah Boone defendant. Motion for payment of costs and appointing neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense. Comes now, the defendant, Sarah Boone, by way of pro se, respectfully moves this honorable court to enter an order authorizing the state of Florida to incur costs of the following discovery expenses. 1. Reasonable fees for a neuropsychologist. These services include the reviewing of documents and physical evidence, writing of reports, travel, and trial testimony. As grounds, the defendant states the following. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder. Defendant has been adjudicated indigent for cost. Defendant has no income and cannot afford the services of a neuropsychologist. A genuine issue exists related to this case which may require the assistance of an expert witness in the field of neuropsychology. Defendant is without funds and does not have the ability to pay the costs associated with an expert witness to assist in the defense of this matter. Therefore, she requires the assistance of the state of Florida to guarantee protection of her right to process and effective assistance of counsel. That might be a problem. Counsel has contacted. She doesn't have counsel. Or unless she's talking about Billy Lane, maybe. Counsel has contacted neuropsychologist Dr. Hyman Einstein. Dr. Hyman Einstein has been contacted. Somebody, can you do some quick Googling on that and find out who this gentleman is or gentlewoman? Defendant intends to engage the service of Dr. Hyman Einstein. Dr. Hyman Einstein graduated from the University of Chicago, Division of the Biological Sciences, the Pritzker School of Medicine in 1982. He works in Miami Beach, Florida, specializing in psychology. Defendant seeks permission to allocate funds for Dr. Hyman Einstein's services at a rate of $300 per hour and for all work performed on the case except travel time billed at $125 per hour with an initial cap of $15,000, plus reimbursement for all reasonable and necessary related expenses, including but not limited to travel expenses, lodging, meals, mileage, postage, shipping, and document reproduction, and is a service provider with the JAC. It sounds like he's already on file with them, which helps, might speed things up. Defendant cannot properly prepare for the trial until expert analysis is complete. Defendant has attempted to request this evaluation through her previous appointed attorneys without success, based on several factors to include the attorney not being able to locate the proper specialist in this field of neuropsychology, the willingness of the neuropsychologist to work the case. Oh my goodness. Others have turned us down, is what she's saying. And the authorization of the JAC to pay for said neuropsychologist. Defendant believes that her pattern of behavior stems from a lifetime of mental and physical abuse and believes that she cannot have a proper defense without a neuropsychologist who can evaluate her exposure to this trauma. I can't take this call right now. That's family. The neuropsychologist specializes in understanding the relationship between the brain and behavior. Given the complexity of the defendant's mental health history, it is critical to assess her cognitive functioning and mental state to determine how these factors may have influenced her actions. Wherefore, the defendant, Sarah Boone, by way of pro se, respectfully requests to this honorable court, in conclusion, for payment of costs and appointing neuropsychologists to assist the defendant in the preparation of the defense. And we've got the oath under the authority of Section 92525, Florida statute and state via sure. Sure, the defendant makes the following oath. I declare under penalties of perjury that I have read the foregoing document and that I wrote the foregoing document and that the facts and matters stated are true. Signed, Sarah Boone. Certificate of service. I hereby certify that an original of this document has been hand-delivered to the court of the 9th Judicial Circuit on this 14th day of August. That's just 2 days ago. That's quick. And a copy of this original document can be made and e-served via Florida courts via e-filing portal system to all attorneys and other parties on the court record. Signed again, Sarah Boone. State of Florida. Oh, and it's copied 9th Judicial Court, State of Florida State Attorney, and State of Florida Justice Administration Commission. So all of them got that. Not alcohol, y'all. Still in denial, says Mandy. What did I miss? What did I miss, Mandy? This neuropsychologist was part of the Wilson case? Wilson, he's the Wade Wilson trial. He's the doc that testified in the Wade Wilson's trial. Now I have to go back and see what he testified to. Apparently, others said no, but he's willing to take it up for the right price. $15,000. I'm going broke trying to get him to read Sarah's handwritten motion. Is this the right one, Mandy? I apologize. This is the right one, right? Did I read the right one? Red Pen says it's Hyman Eisenstein. Sorry, I just shuffled the letters and say something that's close to it, as you know. Eisenstein, there's an N in it. Eisenstein, not Einstein. I don't know. I can still see it being pronounced both ways. I'm in Layton right now. Layton, Layton. I just dropped some syllables. It's okay. 15,000. 15,000 is the figure. Apparently his number. Red Pen says I did my job. I communicated it. She's gotten budget for other things. This seems fair. Here's the problem. You ready? This expert witness takes time. I would be very surprised. How much time do we have before? Let me check the calendar. Sarah Boone's case is scheduled for... Where are we at? Where are you at, Sarah? Let me pull up the docket again. I don't remember. You guys probably know. 52 days away. That is super short for an expert witness to do a full evaluation. Review all the materials, because we've got 2 boxes of material to review, make a finding, possibly do a report. Sometimes there's no report issued, which I don't like at all. I think an expert should have to do a report. And then all that has to happen, and there still has to be sufficient time for the state to be able to get that document, review it, find their own expert, and have him do the evaluation to counter that. I don't think 52 days is gonna cover that. Maybe there's going to be no report for that reason. Greener says, I can do it pretty quick. I can do it pretty quick. All right. Did I read the right document? Is there anything else you need me to read here on lunch? Because it's straight up 2:00 here. I think they start at 1:15 back in court. Let me see if I can get all our... There's one more document. Josh, which one is the next one? Oh my goodness. The family message that I got was translated by AI into text, and it was done wrong. I can't tell you what it says, but it was done wrong. I know that this was a typo. Amber just sent me a document. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Josh, I'm looking for did you send it via text or via the burner phone? 5 attachments here. This is... Okay, that's the Neuropsychologist. We got that one. Amber sent me a link to the court. There's a response to the motions for payment of costs. You guys, my phone is blowing up right now. Like it's going nuts. Everyone's trying to send me something at the same time, and I can't see anything. Orange County court records. I'll just pull it up myself really quickly because it remembers me on this website. I'm here a lot. Boone, I'm not a robot. Search. There's the case. Man, this internet's fast. I like it. Pulling up the docket. Okay. There's a motion for attorney's fee. Certificate of service. Okay, there's a response to that one. I think that's the one. Let me bring this up on... Let's bring it up on 3, shall we? Which means I can't bring up text, because that's where you guys are. Okay, here's our document, if this works right. Justice Administration commissions that the JAC response to motions for payment of costs and appointing neuropsychologist comes now. JAC, by and through the undersigned attorney, files this response to the above cited motions as follows. Defendant is seeking authorization for $15,000 at a rate of $300 per hour services and $125 per hour for travel and specialized mental health expert for a specialized mental health expert. Based on JAC's records, the court previously authorized $3,000 at a rate of $200 per hour for a defense mental health expert. Guess what? $3,000 will not buy you a neuropsychologist. This $3,000 will not cut it. There's no way. JAC may only pay for due process costs pursuant to sections 29, 27, Florida statutes. As directed by Section 27, the General Appropriations Act, all due process services are subject to the Florida statutes. JAC objects to any compensation rate in excess of the established rates. The rate for psychological examination is a flat fee of $350. For other services, the established rates for medical doctors and psychologists are as follows. In court testimony, $170 per hour. Waiting to testify, $85 per hour. That pays pretty well, just sitting out there on the hard bench in the courthouse. Waiting to testify in a deposition, $72.50 per hour. Travel time, $72.50 per hour. Oh, long drive helps. Out of court services, $160 for the first hour and $160 thereafter. The defendant has the burden to show the particularized need for additional mental health expert. The defendant needs to show the services of the expert is necessary for the defense of the case. As enunciated by the Florida Supreme Court, the party seeking due process costs has the burden to establish that the particularized need of the due process services and prejudice arising from the denial of the due process services, with case law attached, Marshall v. Crosby. Determination of whether to appoint an expert is within the broad discretion of the court. An indigent defendant must show the trial court that there exists a reasonable probability both that the expert would be of assistance to the defense and that denial of the expert assistance would result in fundamentally unfair trial. That's Andrews v. State and Moore v. Kemp, which quoted Moore v. Kemp. The defendant also has the burden to establish diligent efforts to obtain services within or closer to the rates established by law. Assuming the defendant establishes a particularized need for the specialized mental health expert, the rate sought is consistent with the rates authorized for similar experts in other cases. Okay, so they're admitting there's a possibility, but they think she hasn't done her homework. I think she alluded to having done the homework by saying that there are others who wouldn't take the case, but she might have to spell out for the available money. If any providers desire direct payment, JAC's procedures require the vendor to execute an appropriate contract and follow JAC's billing and audit procedures to obtain payment. JAC does not request to participate in any hearing set in this matter. Should the court desire JAC participation, JAC requests to appear through communication equipment via Zoom. We can call us. Don't call us, we'll call you, I think is what they mean. Wherefore, the JAC request, should the court grant the defendant's motion, also include on its order the specific due process services authorized, as well as hourly or per unit rates and maximum fees authorized, and that the provider be paid in accordance with rates, terms, and conditions set forth by Florida statutes and the JAC contract policies and procedures. Respectfully denied, Ann Christina Martinez, General Counsel. No, it says respectfully submitted. So JAC says no. The costs are way too high. We have previously authorized $3,000 for a mental health expert, saying you already got one. Now you want another. You have to say why, and I don't know if that's going to fly. I don't know if that's going to work for Sarah Boone. My hair is going all over the place. All right. Wow, my studio is looking like a mess. It's looking dirty. All right. Did I read everything I was supposed to read? We still have just a couple minutes before court's supposed to be back, and they're going to be late anyway. We've seen her other hearings. We don't want to be part in it. Yes, please don't make us show up to court. She'll have questions that we don't want to answer. Let's see. She's not good with specifics. The problem is, no, she's not. She has a general good idea of what's happened, but she needs specific evidence to say, this is why I need this expert at this rate, above and beyond what we've already been authorized. It was a very quick response. I like that. First, we've got a pro se defendant who's on a time crunch, and I like that the state is responding quickly and scheduling hearing motions as needed. I think we're going to have Sarah Boone motions twice a week leading up to this trial. Like your shirt. Hey, this is my Weather Watch shirt. If you watched the podcast last night, he was wearing a podcast shirt, and I'm wearing a Weather Watch shirt. So it's sort of like a back and forth. Josh Hutchings, thanks for all the documents. That's it for Boone. Wonderful. We're caught up on the Boone side. I still have not read the Ashley Benefield stuff, which is spicy, but that's going to take some time, which we don't have. Yes, Jamie's like, fingers crossed for Benefield. No, not yet. Not yet. We'll keep those on the back burner, though. Let's see. They're being very timely with response. I think that's important. It's important to preserve for appeal, because I'm positive if this goes with a conviction, which I am leaning towards, that this might end in a conviction, there's going to be an appeal, and the appeal is going to cover much of what happened pre-trial, especially with being forced to go pro se and the difficulties involved in that because she was forced to go pro se, even though the court's going to say you chose this yourself by your actions. Might be nothing, but might be worth taking a peek at KHOU 11 has a live stream of FM 29220 in Spring, Texas, shut down because of a suspicious object. What is in this? What is in his pockets? Object in the road, deploying robots and all. It's probably going to be somebody's lunchbox, but they'll blow it up anyway. Peanut butter sandwich everywhere. That's what's going to happen. We'll keep an eye on that, Lindsay. Thanks for the heads up. How does the judge decide she can't have another lawyer? Virginia, this is a tough thing for me. I struggle. I realize she is a difficult case. I almost said it differently, but she is a difficult case. She's a very high maintenance client that is expecting more than, I would say, any other client with a public defender should expect. I think she is expecting more than any client of any lawyer could expect, and that is somebody at their beck and call to do what she pleases, as she pleases, when she pleases. That's not how it works. Imagine, I like to talk about the analogy of you going to your doctor. This would be the equivalent of you wanting to pay your minimum $5 copay or have it covered for free, but have the doctor be available the second you walk in the door and give you the diagnosis you want. It doesn't work like that. The professionals do their job the way they're supposed to within the law. Okay, you might want the doctor to prescribe, medical marijuana, and you might be in a state where that's not allowed. The doctor can't do that. Sarah Boone has gone to her lawyers and said, I want you to, this is my defense, I want you to do that. And the lawyers probably have said, we don't know for sure, but we can assume based on some of the letters we've read that they've said, I can't do that. And so she's asking for too much. $5 copay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to the doctor. It's closer to 200 now, right? Let's see. Lynn Godwin says, mostly I'm working, so I listen. I've looked up a few times during this trial. Tellis is scary at times. I have a question. How long was he the head of this department? One term. This is an elected position. And I think, is it 2 or 4 years? I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's 2 or 4 years that he was in the office. And he lost his re-election bid in a primary challenge, which is when you're challenged by somebody within your own political party. He lost that, and I believe, felt that he lost that because of the articles that the victim wrote about him and about the office under his management. All right. $45 in Medicare for me, still hard to pay. Lisa, one of my concerns in life is insurance. I love this job. There is no insurance. I just have to stay healthy I just have to stay healthy as I hide the Mountain Dew. And it sucks. Medical care is so expensive, and for me it's directly out of the pocketbook 100%. All right. $1,100 for an MRI. That's your portion of the MRI. It's probably several thousand for it. All right. Let's see. Stay healthy as you chug Mountain Dew. Well, it helps that I get my heart rate going. I count this as exercise because I get really excited about some of these cases. Okay, let me get ready to go back to the Robert Tellis trial, which should be back in just a few minutes. She did say 15 minutes after the hour, right? 1:15. Let's see if anybody, I'm seeing court there. Let's go back to 2. We just have, this is all we have from court right now. It's just a view of the wall. So I'll bring you that while we wait. Let me look for, and no audio yet. So we should be back from lunch in just a minute. Up to 87 on the anybody count. A reminder, we use anybody count because I think one of the words that's most frequently mentioned in this trial is body. And also this trial, as opposed to many other trials, were showing us crime scene and autopsy photos, which we normally don't see. So we count every time we see that or we hear somebody say body. So that is our anybody count, as opposed to a body count, which is completely different. Apparently, I was last week years old when I learned that it meant something else. Yeah, I won't even go there. All right. I have not checked out. Are you saying Medicare or Medishare? I have not. Right now, I plan on. My health insurance plan is suck it up and don't get sick. And so far, it's worked. I just stay inside my little office and never talk to anybody with germs. All right. Let's see. Angela, welcome. Take a seat. We're going to be back in court in just a minute. Karina, you just caught on. I just caught on. I didn't realize that was what I was talking about. But Em, what did you miss? What was happening? If you just joined us, Em, it's been a wild day. We've started with late a little bit. We had to play catch up with the closing arguments in the Bad Neighbor trial. That one went into verdict watch. We started the Robert Tellis trial for day 3. We got a couple questions and a verdict in the neighbor trial. Then we jumped back to the Robert Tellis trial, where it started getting spicy with people inside the office, possibly who had a relationship on some level beyond professional with the defendant getting on the stand. That's where we are right now. They're on a quick break. They're going to be back in minutes, and we're starting again with Robert Tellis. I guess part 3. I think this is their lunch. I think it's their lunch. I don't remember if that's what it is. Let's see. Angela says, I made something crazy a few months ago. I got confirmation today. I applied and got into criminology. Hey, awesome, Angela. This is your true calling, I think. This is going to be great. We've portaled back and forth. That's why we're working through this one instead of taking a break and coming back. Donna, one of my favorite shirts. Love this one. This is, I believe you can get this, Weatherwatch, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can order the shirt from Weatherwatch. He has his own YouTube channel, which we keep trying to twist his arm and have him do stuff on there, but he's too busy helping me on my channel to do something on his own channel. But if you'd like your own beautiful Weatherwatch shirt, which I love, and the quality is top notch, I think the mods will put a link there in chat if you want to get one. I think the second time we put Weatherwatch in chat, it says, so first is his channel, and the second time we put it in there, it will put the merch link for him up there. All right, October says, RA took us through so many portals, the music won't stop playing in my head, and I'm losing my mind. Still love it here, though. I'm just glad all the portals worked. Some days the portals don't, and usually that's operator error on my end, but I'm counting that as a win as well. All right. Thank you. I'm getting recommendations for healthcare in Carolina, the Carolinas. Okay. Let's see, we have the Ashley Benefield stuff we still have on the back burner. We haven't gone into that yet. Maybe a rare weekend stream with Ashley Benefield, reading those docs. It's just so busy with 2 trials. It's hard to fit extra stuff in. Okay. Show me 6. Okay, we're waiting here. All right. So I'm not sure which feed is better as far as coloration goes. I like it a little darker. I think we'll do this one for now. But all right, camera 8. I need my camera back there, so I can use that for its intended purpose. I will say, being on home away from home here, it's nice having an extra desk and more space for all my equipment. A lot of the equipment that I have here in front of me it's like tucked away down under the table. It's actually on like a painter's ladder, one of those horizontal ladder racks. It's all here in front of me now, and I like that. But I still can't get used to where everything is. So, oh, look at this. In the Sarah Boone case, Prison Break Investigations just filed something, but it has not uploaded yet. It will be there shortly. We'll keep an eye out for that and see what they filed. They're doing a lot of the receptionist, not receptionist, but paralegal work for Sarah Boone in this case. I will say Pickles, not politics on this. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I brought up insurance. I know that brings up bordering topics there. We'll try to reel back in from that. Things are jumping in Booneland. Beautiful Waterfill. This is going to continue until her trial. It's going to continue, and I think she will do it intentionally, not just because she actually wants these things, but she does. But I think she's doing this to show that this is not fair. The process isn't fair. I think she's going to keep doing these motions and saying, "Why haven't I? I can't. It's not fair. I'm trying. You're forcing me to do this." I think this is going to all go into her huge appeal, which will, obviously come post-conviction. Sandra Oliver, 14 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you, RA, for everything you do and don't do. So I would like to add that part. Might be nothing, says Lindsay, but it might be worth taking a peek at the live stream. I think we saw that. Flying robots. We might peek at that. I can't right now, and the problem is all my devices are busy. All right. The only one we have to convince is the AI summary. If the AI summary is on board, mission accomplished. I appreciate those that have opinions that they recognize might be inflammatory, sharing them in ways that are respectful and not inflammatory. Thank you very much. It's more fun to watch court, even though we all come from different walks of life. Our backgrounds, our experience, our vantage points, our views, moral compass, you name it. We are about as diverse as you can possibly get, and as a community, and I love that. And the fact that we can all look at that and accept that and say, yeah, we're all different. We're not going to agree on everything and still be friends. Just makes this community. That's why it's the best. And thank you very much for that. Prison Breaks Investigations filed a notice. Let me refresh on this docket and see if I can get notice of filing from Prison Breaks. It's 2 pages. I wonder if they're like, we'd like to be released now that we've been paid our $15,000. Can we go now? And they did. He got $10,000 and then another $5,000. I think that's what we heard. Oatmeal, I've never done a trial in another country. I don't. First of all, many countries don't have the openness that we have, and some of the countries that do have the openness, I don't understand the nuances of the law. We've got court action going on. Let's see if we can get some audio. We're coming in. We are back. We're back.
Thank you very much for your patience in coming back. Do you understand you are still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lance.
Hi.
You had testified that after Robert Tellis started the public administrator's office, there were a lot of changes, kind of a shakeup, fair to say?
That's correct.
It was kind of a tipping over, basically, the apple cart of the way that the things had been prior to his arrival.
Absolutely.
There'd been some changes concerning overtime. He was eliminating people's overtime
Correct.
in an attempt to try and save taxpayer dollars.
Yes.
That
She's
didn't
a
go
reporter,
over very
local
well
reporter.
with the old guard, did it?
Old guard, meaning all the prior?
Correct.
Correct.
And who, based upon what you saw and what you knew in the office, who was he making upset?
It would have been our senior state coordinator, Noreen Pagdayanan. It would have been Alicia Goodwin, one of our state coordinators. I can't say Rita Reed because she was on salary. That's our assistant PA. but mainly the other two estate coordinators.
In addition to the concerns that Mr. Tellis had in reference to the overtime, were there other concerns regarding basically the ethics of the office's relationships with third-party vendors?
Yes.
What were some of the concerns that you shared with Mr. Tellis in reference to this?
Are you specifically talking about our real estate vendor?
Correct. Yes.
We had one vendor at the time.
And who was that?
I'm so sorry, I forgot his name. Brian. But he worked mainly with John Cahill on real estate. Estate coordinators were not a part of that process. Actually, there were lots of concerns by other realtors that would come in and say that it just didn't seem right that there was only one vendor for that.
And again, was there a concern by those that predated Mr. Tellis concerning his wanting to change things up concerning the third-party vendors?
Yes.
Was there a concern shared by yourself and Mr. Tellis about some of these basically contractors, real estate agents operating under the Independent Administrations Act?
Oh, yes. We're talking about Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Yes.
Where homes basically were being sold, people, Mr. Moore and others, were coming in on properties, selling them to straw buyers, and then selling them a second time for a substantially greater profit.
Sure. I don't know what straw buyers are, but yes, there is a concern.
It's fine. So
let's say a person dies, and generally, let's say that person dies intestate, where they they don't have a will. Maybe their heirs are around, maybe there's not. But was there a concern where someone would proclaim themselves, Mr. Moore, just a de facto, just front off the bat, I'm the administrator, they'd come in and sell the property to someone that perhaps there's a conflict of interest?
Okay, yes, well, yes.
That was occurring?
Correct.
And then that person would turn around and sell that same property for a lot more money?
Correct, yes.
And was the concern that you shared with Mr. Tellis is that basically these heirs weren't getting money?
That's correct.
So basically the memories of their loved ones who had died was being trampled on by these people that were coming in and grabbing these properties and making money off of them.
That's correct. I actually handled an estate just like that. Yes.
And that person with whom you handled that estate, was that person afraid of reprisal or getting in trouble or danger from stopping this happening to an heirs or to the properties being sold by these third-party vendors?
I'm so sorry, I don't think I understand.
Fair enough. What do you recall concerning your involvement? What are your concerns that were going on?
Are you talking about specifically to that one estate?
Correct.
I had an estate where real property was not worth very much. There was quite a bit of personal property, though, in the residence that had some value. We could not find a way to handle that real property accordingly because there's no liquid funds that we could use to fix up that place. I believe Mr. Moore came in and took over. John let him, Mr. Cahill, my prior PA, and he had made a comment when he came in to secure that property and take over the estate. Oh, if you got any more cases like this, we'd love to take them. So, and then later on the family made contact with me and made comments that they had received nothing. So nothing of the personal property was distributed to them, which is normally something that we would do with family members.
Yes.
And there was no distribution of any kind. I think the house got foreclosed on. They renovated and sold it for more money, and the family got nothing.
So again, you had these third-party vendors who were making money off basically dead people's property.
Correct.
And the dead people's heirs were not getting money from the sales
of
of these properties. It was these third-party vendors.
Correct.
It's only hearsay if it's objected to.
Did there ever come a point in time where you and Mr. Tellis discussed the concerns regarding Compass Realty?
Compass Realty came up because they were noted in a lot of these private administration. I think they're called IAE, something like that, Independent Administration Estates, something of that
Correct.
nature.
And that came under the Independent Administrations Act?
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So we started to see their names more involved in the document filings, the legal filings. So Compass Realty came up. I think there were, besides Mr. Moore, there were two other parties that would file for these independent whatever acts. So I believe they were associated with them, yes.
And when these parties, specifically Compass Realty or others similarly situated, when they come in and make these filings under the Independent Administrations Act, they would do that. So basically, based upon your understanding, the public administrator's office would really not have anything to do with that, and they would.
That's correct. We would find out about these filings after the fact.
And based upon your personal knowledge, was this common prior to Mr. Tellis winning the election?
Absolutely.
But then when he came in, he tried to stop that.
Absolutely.
Fair to say that people expressed anger at Mr. Tellis because he was trying to stop this?
Yeah, I believe there were some phone calls from people, angry about it. Why was he trying to step in?
And basically keep money from going to them.
I guess, sure.
Are you aware of the amounts of money that we're talking about?
I think when Rob was researching it was like in the millions, so it was a lot.
Ooh. So he was basically standing in the way of people making millions of dollars, which had been making that type of money before he was elected.
Correct.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis a packet, or let me ask you this, did you ever discuss with Mr. Tellis his wanting to go to the district attorney to try and stop this?
Yes.
And I think
the whole office knew. Yes.
Okay, and Steve Wolfson was the district attorney?
Okay, yes. Sure.
Are you aware of Mr. Tellis speaking with another individual in law enforcement, specifically Mr. Jappy, trying to put all this evidence together?
Yes.
And this evidence that was getting put together was part of an independent investigation that Robert Tellis was conducting.
Yes.
And he was trying to get law enforcement to take it to stop these millions of dollars going into the wrong hands.
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Tellis discuss the suspicious nature of these transactions that were going on prior to his being elected?
Yes.
You had testified prior to the lunch break that you were made aware that Mr. Gman had made a request for communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
And you had testified that Mr. Tellis, and I think your specific words were, didn't express concerns about these communications between yourself and him.
Talking about my not having concerns? That's
yes.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said, I believe, that his concerns just dealt with vendors' names.
No, those were my concerns. I had no idea what concerns were of Rob's with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had no idea because he didn't express to you, oh no, this information can't get out, or this is terrible.
Correct.
He didn't seem to be so concerned.
No, I don't think we had a conversation about that.
And if it would have been a concern in reference to the emails and things or digital communications between yourself and Mr. Tellis, you would have expected him to tell you, hey, I'm afraid these communications are going to be in the journalist's hands.
Correct. Correct.
And were you informed on September 1st that these communications that you were not concerned about, other than some of the vendors and Mr. Tellis was not concerned about, was there a communication that you had with Mr. Tellis right around September 1st concerning the release of this information?
On the 1st, no.
No. Okay. No. Leading up to the 1st?
You talking about when we first got the request?
Yes.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of communications. So I guess the concern was what was going to be in there. We talk about our vendors, we talk about our estates, we talk about colleagues in emails. So I guess there was some concern about, will our vendors find out that we're not very happy with them, more than anything, or are they going to share personal estate information? There was an initial concern.
But that concern, when you talk about the personal estate information, you didn't want these errors or the information of dead people's estates being made public.
Being made public, correct.
And that was an ethical concern.
It's confidential. You work in a confidential atmosphere, so yes.
This is the state handling the estate of people who don't have wills.
You had given testimony prior to the lunch break concerning seeing an image outside of Jeff Gman's house. Do you recall that? There'd been news releases concerning the death.
Are you talking about the vehicle? Images of the vehicle?
Before the vehicle.
Images of a person walking?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you recall when those came out?
Those came out, I think, a day or two before the vehicle image.
Okay.
I don't remember what day, but prior to the vehicle.
And I'm going to just publish, and this has been previously published, a calendar.
Mm-hmm.
September 2022. If I told you that it's been learned that Mr. Gman was killed on Friday, September 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
Is that accurate with your recollection?
Based on all the reports?
Yes.
Yes.
And if I told you that this image of an individual, in the getup, and I'm sure you've seen it since, in
Right.
orange.
The Chinaman hat and the orange vest and, yeah.
That was released on the 5th.
What kind of hat?
Any reason to disagree?
No?
If we had heard testimony yesterday concerning real estate agents that say that they saw this one in particular on the 5th, would that be, or on the 2nd of Friday, would that be inconsistent with your recollection?
It's now been called
when
that.
This image was released.
No, because then I would have known Friday that this had occurred versus Saturday morning, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
In reference to this image, and it may have been a clip of an individual walking.
Maybe these texts are going to be pretty spicy if this is how we talk.
You didn't recognize that as Mr. Tellis.
I did not.
And you had known Mr. Tellis since 2019?
That's correct.
Worked with him every day?
Correct.
Saw him walk in and out of the office? Saw him walk at properties that were being sold as part of his duties as being the public administrator?
Yes.
Seeing that walk on TV and that person, you didn't think it was Mr. Tellis, did you?
I don't look at people's gates. So yeah, people have asked me that before. I didn't. I did not know that was him.
Your concern came about when you saw the vehicle.
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that, there'd been some discussion online concerning whether the rims matched or not.
Did not know
call
that
that
was
questioning?
Sure.
Before the lunch break. And obviously there was a concern that you expressed that, geez, that vehicle looks
Looks
like...
identical, right?
And obviously there was a concern on Mr. Tellis' part as well, going, yeah, that looks like my vehicle.
Correct.
At no point in time did he ever communicate with you face-to-face or digitally by the phones or anything else that he was involved with Jeff Gman's murder?
That's correct. He said it wasn't him.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
She literally testified. I did not know that was him.
Ms. Kennett, in June of 2022, Robert Tellis lost his primary race. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So that would mean he would be out of office as of January of 2023?
Yes.
And so the new public administrator in 2023 would have been Rita Reed?
Correct.
And potentially she could have reversed or changed or done whatever to any policies instituted by Mr. Tellis because she would have been the one in charge?
Correct.
So his policies were ending, at the time of the murder, about 3 months later. Is that right? Well, September to January.
I say she started changing policies probably closer in June after he stopped showing up to the office all the time.
Okay.
She made changes on her own.
Okay, so because she was sort of the next in line?
She was there to, yep.
Okay, so
Yes.
she started managing how things were going?
Correct.
Okay. But officially, at least in January, she would be the public administrator and would be in charge of how things were done?
Correct.
I want to talk about the communications that were going to be released between yourself and Mr. Tellis, and there's other people, obviously.
Sure.
Those were going to be text messages, email, and Teams messages.
Correct.
And you mentioned that your concern was
the vendors.
What you might have been saying about vendors.
Correct.
Did you raise any other concerns with Mr. Tellis, like, hey, this is going to cause problems for me, I'm really upset about this?
I did not.
Okay. You just said, look, I'm concerned about the vendors.
Just that, yes, there was one vendor's name in there, one of our newer realtors I didn't want.
In that group of communications,
yes,
were there, like personal communications that really didn't have anything to do with work as well?
Probably.
Okay. I mean, probably everybody that uses
Right.
email at work, not every email is...
With Teams, all my other colleagues, so, yep.
Yes. But that was included in that group as well?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were interviewed by detectives, I don't know if you remember the date, but does September 7th sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. So they come to see you on September the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And they talked to you about the different images, the images of the figure walking the person in orange?
Yes.
And then you also talked to them about the vehicle?
Yes.
And I think you said it today that you don't really pay attention to gait, like the person, that didn't set off any red flags or alarm bells for you?
It didn't.
But the vehicle did?
Correct.
And that's because you had seen him driving it?
No, never saw him driving it. It would be parked in his spot. Like, we had designated spots there for our work, and his was right next to the employee exit and entrance, so there were a few times that we had saw it there.
Okay. And is that why in your communications with him over text, when it was all coming out in the news, you were...
I was like, wow, this is...
Identical.
Correct.
And so when you discussed that with detectives, you mentioned that look, that vehicle looks...
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, after the time that
Spicy
Mr.
Docs
Tellis
and Sarah Boone
lost
just
his
dropped.
bid, in the primary for re-election,
Yes.
he nonetheless kept working towards trying to preserve the estates of these heirs.
Yes.
And even though he had been elected out of office, he kept trying to stop this corruption that was in existence.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
There's inmate behavior notes in Sarah Boone's case that just got filed.
For being here. The state may call their next witness.
Call Officer Anthony Mariscal.
3 pages, 2 pages of them, about attorneys showing up that she didn't know she had an attorney. She says people are showing up trying to meet with her saying she's an attorney. Courtney Cassius.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Courtney was
Please
the
state and spell your first and last name for the
person making the
record.
report.
My first name is Anthony, Anthony. Last name is Mariscal. First letter M as in Mary, Ariscal.
Give me 1 minute. There's another flash drive that I did. It's like the one right before this. Thanks so much.
An attorney came to drop off some files for Sarah Boone.
Restart the computer, but we can begin.
She's like, I don't have an
So what do
attorney.
you
It
do
wouldn't
for
come
living?
out. And so he left, and then she remembered who it
And
was. She was
how
mad
long
that
have
he
you
left.
been? Oh, where are you a police officer with, or like what department are you with?
I'm currently employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with Metro?
7 years now.
What is your title?
A patrol officer.
All right. What area command are you a part of?
I'm currently assigned to the Summerlin Area Command.
If you could explain to the jury, what is an area command?
An area command is one of various substations that are spread across the Las Vegas Valley to patrol different areas of town.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you respond to an address of, I believe it's 7216 Bronze Circle in Las Vegas, Clark County?
That is correct, sir.
All right. On that day, were you working on duty?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming since you responded. Were you with a partner? Were you alone? How were you working on that day?
I was alone in my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Was it a black and white vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you remember there being in terms of like a call for service? What do you remember the basic details being?
Vaguely that it was a suspicious situation call and that there was possibly somebody in medical distress.
Okay. So when you get a call like that and you're driving around, what do you do at that point?
Once we're dispatched, the address comes up in our computer system and we just start heading that way via, the GPS, how we decide to get there. And we're reviewing constant details that are updated in the system by the dispatcher as we're driving en route to that location.
Okay. So as you were driving, what sort of details do you hear? Are there any different details that you're hearing that changed your mind about the circumstances, or is it pretty much the same?
Pretty much the same.
Okay. When you arrive at Bronze Circle, what do you remember about the area that you went to? Is it a commercial, residential neighborhood?
It was a residential area, a cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay, it's a cul-de-sac. When you arrive, how many other police officers are there?
I was the first one to arrive.
So the first one there. When you are there any citizens in the general area coming towards you to fill you in on what's going on?
There was an elderly white couple standing in front of the target address.
If you could, please tell me a little bit about what their demeanor was like when they approached you.
It was a white male and white female elderly, as I previously stated. The female appeared to be visibly distraught, crying, and the male subject was a bit in disbelief when I first made contact with him.
Okay. What do you learn from them, or what do they tell you?
They state that they're neighbors of a gentleman by the name of Jeff Gman, and previously, the day before, they had tried to make contact with him because they were sitting in their living room and they had noticed that his garage door was open, which they found to be unusual.
This is hearsay, but it's excited utterance exception.
And then what do they say they do over the course of the next day or the following morning?
That previous day that they referenced the garage, they went to his house and attempted to make contact with him. So they were knocking on his front door numerous times and he wasn't answering. And the male also stated that he had his phone number and had tried to call him numerous times to no avail.
Okay. Do they ultimately relay to you that they discover this man somewhere on his premises?
That is correct.
Do they lead you over to that area?
Yes, I walked up there with the male.
Okay. At that point, are there other officers kind of trickling in at this point?
I was still by myself at that point.
Okay. When you approached the body, did you touch it in any way, or did you just kind of look to see generally what it looked like?
None whatsoever. I just observed the general area.
Is that part of your training, or was that just a personal feeling?
That's standard protocol. Usually when we respond to situations regarding dead bodies or decedents or anything of the sort, the police themselves do not manipulate the scene in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Was this individual who was on the ground, was he moving or breathing in any way?
No, not that I could discern.
What did he appear to have any apparent blood on him?
A large amount, yes.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about protocol. You see a body, there's a lot of blood, not moving, not breathing. What do you do at that point? What are you supposed to do at that point?
At that point, I got on the radio and I broadcast the dispatch and the responding officers that it was my belief that the subject, Mr. Gman, was deceased.
Okay. Eventually, do some other patrol officers arrive?
Yes.
What other steps are you taking to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, officer?
Due to the nature of the circumstances of this call, we had to make sure that there was no signs of forced entry to the home or anything that was amiss. So while my partner had arrived and was standing with Mr. Gman and his neighbors, I decided to check the outer perimeter of the home just to confirm that there wasn't any signs of forced entry or anything else otherwise unusual.
At this time, is it pretty much just the couple officers that are there and this couple that are out in the cul-de-sac at this point?
Myself, my partner, and the couple, yes.
Okay. So there's not like a mountain of citizens pouring out of their homes coming towards you guys, right?
No.
Okay. Any real estate agents?
No.
I know it seems like a silly question, but
It is.
No one from Compass Realty, just to be clear, no one identifying themselves as an employee of Compass Realty?
No.
All right. So you walk the perimeter. Do you see anything that catches your attention in terms of like suspects or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. At some point, do you start to tape off the scene?
I do, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
To prevent any of his other neighbors or anybody else that might be in the area from encroaching upon the residence that might otherwise disturb the immediate scene.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term? So when you do your perimeter tape, where do you do it from?
Standard procedure for us is generally to make it as large as possible just to facilitate as much area for investigation to take place.
Okay, so do you just kind of around the house, or the driveway? Where are you doing this at?
Specifically, I did it in front of the house.
All right. Later, is there a crime scene tape that blocks off the entrance to Bronze Circle?
To my recollection, I believe so, yes.
You didn't do it per se, but was
No.
it ultimately done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever heard of clearing a residence?
Yes.
What is that?
Aside from this particular call, we respond to a variety of other calls for service, such as welfare checks, burglaries, things of that nature. We clear a residence usually with a minimum of a 3-man element if we're trying to take a suspect into custody, if we're conducting a welfare check, any lawful reason that we have entry to make into that home to conduct that.
Officer, did you participate, and I just don't know, but did you participate in the clearing of that residence? Or
I did, yes.
Was there a Sergeant Freese that also arrived at scene that assisted in clearing the residence with you?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. At the time that you arrived there, were you wearing anything that potentially could record the things that you're seeing or experiencing while out on duty?
Yes, sir.
What were you wearing?
My assigned body-worn camera.
Okay. Prior to coming here and testifying, had you had an opportunity to review footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, we have State's proposed 344, which has been admitted by stipulation. And this time we are going to play Officer Mariscal's body-worn camera. If we could cue over.
Hey, Bodie.
Yes, that is correct.
Nobody deleted anything you said. If there was a word that's already on the banned list for some reason, that's a list I made. It never even comes up on the screen. I don't see it. We did already read the document, though. I'm sorry you missed that part.
I don't know. It's pretending like we've got extra screens. So we're going to spin that. Okay. Oh, let me stop it right here. Sir, when you activate your body-worn camera, does the audio immediately pick up?
No, sir.
Okay, so how does that work? Why then, if we played in the first few seconds, why is there no sound? What happens with the camera?
The manufacturer of this particular body camera, there's a approximate 30-second buffering zone where there's no audio before it kicks in.
Okay.
It actually pre-records. It records the video all the time, and when you hit the button, it immediately starts recording audio, but it only saves the video for the last 30 seconds without audio. Content warning. Can somebody put a content warning up?
There's somebody that's injured around here?
What happened?
Just right here, man.
Yesterday was.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah, we're right across the street there. And yesterday, the garage door was open during the afternoon. At 9 it wasn't closed, so we came over and we got his cell number, so we're trying to call him.
213 males quarantine.
We're trying to call him and we got no answer, so we thought, when it got dark.
So I'd like to stop right there for a second. You said we have a 419. What does that stand for?
That is our Metro radio code to identify a dead body.
Okay.
The only thing I could do is hold the red cord and lower the garage door because you couldn't get a hold of him bang on the door. Left him messages and he, no answer. So I came over. Nothing rang his bell because I was going to make a wellness call because he does go out of town. He does go out of town and it's a holiday. We thought him and he's flying, and then I was going to call for a wellness call once I'm offshore, and I walked around here because I was going to go in the back garden.
Does he live alone?
Yeah. His name is Jeff Gman. Okay. He's the RJ reporter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Let me just, I'm kind of listening to the radio at the same time. Did you say that his garage was open?
Yeah, but I pulled the cord on it and lowered it down because...
That was last night?
Last night.
At what time?
Probably... What time did we come over last night? I think it was...
Sundown's usually like around close to 8 p.m.
Yeah, probably around there.
Okay. So, you hadn't heard from him in a while? Is that what it was?
We kept... Well, no, I see Jeffrey's got... And with the door being open, that's very unusual.
The garage door.
The garage door. So, we said, let's run it down and hopefully for us. We may be fine or maybe in the Midwest,
Did you notice anything unusual inside the garage?
No, it's thousand.
Okay. After you closed the garage, did you knock on the front door, try to get hold of it?
No, we were trying to do all that before, and there was absolutely no answer. We kept leaving messages on his voicemail.
Okay.
Well, yesterday afternoon, I don't know if that has anything to do with it. There was a red car. I was sitting in the living room over here, and I just happened to glance out the window, and there was a red, it looked like SUV or something. It was about where you are, maybe a little over.
That was yesterday?
Yesterday.
At what time was that?
There was a red SUV. He saw the car.
Is that your guys' house?
Yeah.
You have cameras? Is it?
I do, and unfortunately, we've been having problems, so I can't get into it.
Okay. Give me just a second. We'll probably get you guys on a written statement real quick, but
you guys read it for that.
Bodie, that was me, and I'm going to time you out for a day. That was entirely me. If you've got a problem, take it up with me. I'll talk to you off the air.
There's some trauma to his neck.
Oh, yeah.
They said yesterday at around 8 p.m. approximately, they noticed his garage door was open. They were knocking on his door prior to that.
If you just go over to your house, we'll be over in a second, okay?
They were knocking on his door prior to that, and they weren't getting an answer. They said before that, earlier in the afternoon, a red sedan was parked in front of his house, but those cameras that they have don't work.
Is it looking from his neck or is it from his mouth?
I almost want to say it's his neck, dude, because there's like a tear in his shirt. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks like trauma to his neck. They said that his car was in his garage. They didn't notice anything unusual inside the garage.
Cubic 16.
I'm going to check the outer perimeter of the house.
So yeah, holy now probably about 60, a fair amount of blood, possibly everything.
No signs of forced entry.
BC9, 812, give me a call when you have something. Copy.
Everything looks secure.
Sorry, last one. Number 32. Just spoke with the resident who has a camera. We did observe the male walk by at 10:11 break. White shirt with the red lettering on the back, and a white light on the back. But he just had a vomit and negative 8-4-13 on the camera.
Well-kept yard. Everything looks in good shape.
Everything else is secure. Yeah, I'm going to put it up right now. Yeah, he's at the end of the street. I'll put some up right here.
You're Robert 32 TV. Just second camera angle. Just to reconfirm. Negative 413 in his hands whatsoever, just a phone break. Just update this to a 416 please, for it quick. In case there is any future calls, he appeared to have an orange tank on.
I'll be with you in a moment, sir.
Send me the next 2 available units so we can make sure we have this whole thing contained. Can you find me that whole? Hang on. 3 hours, 34 cents, that's Frank, please.
Let's see what kind of knot he ties here. Over.
I'll keep that unit free.
It was a granny knot.
I didn't know, just give us a car, what is it? He said that we should bring the other 2 units on this call. Whatever they need.
The light bulb? Okay.
Pause it here. So essentially, you kind of finish up sealing off the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we move a little bit farther forward, I take it you kind of speak to the neighbors a little bit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I guess you get. What are we looking at here? Whose home are you in at this point?
This is the home of the woman that you see pictured on screen now.
Okay, so you maybe go speak with them briefly. Is
Yes.
that what, is
Yes,
that
sir.
what you do? Yeah. And then eventually, what are we looking at here?
At this point, this is when we've made entry into Mr. Gurman's home and is clearing it.
Okay. All right, and what are we looking at here?
This is the garage of the woman's home that I previously mentioned.
And why are you in there?
I'm with her husband, and I was attempting to assist him in operating his video surveillance system to possibly obtain footage of the red vehicle that they had mentioned.
Okay.
The witness is the first responding officer on the scene.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Officer, we see you arrive, and when you came into contact with a fairly mild-mannered, well-spoken gentleman, Roy Bailey. He was the gentleman that you were speaking to initially in front of the residence. That was captured on video, correct?
Are you referring to the neighbor?
Yes.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
It's Metro's policy that you wear body cam, and that as a patrol officer, and that when you have civilian contact, you record it. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
In this case, he was not the subject of an investigation, the target of investigation, but nonetheless, we have your contact with him captured, and we had the benefit of viewing that this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
You arrived a little after 5:30 on this date, September 3rd. Give or take, and trust me, it's not a trick question. I mean, you can see up here we have a time later on, but you arrived right around 5:30 in the afternoon, September 3rd.
5:30 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Robert, that's Zulu time.
What would that be in normal people's time?
I don't know the conversion, but
Fair
it
enough.
is Zulu time.
Okay.
So Zulu conversion has
Point
foiled us
being
once
is
again.
You come into contact, and you were the first recorded law enforcement that we know of, correct? And that's captured on the body cam.
Yes, sir. I was first to arrive on scene.
We don't know what proceeded prior to your arrival, correct?
No, sir.
That's on record, that's recorded. Fair enough. And we have you securing the scene. It says 1746, but could you give us what time that would be in body cam time?
Just bear with me for a second.
Sure.
I realize this is simple addition and subtraction, but most of us can't do this. If we only had one time zone, this would not be a problem. Going back to the podcast discussion we had last night.
That would be the time that you previously mentioned.
And would it be 10:30 maybe in the morning, give or take?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I have no reason to contradict your recollection or your review of the time. I'm just trying to make it clear and so the record's clear. From that point forward, we have the benefit of body cam. Interactions are captured. The scene is captured, things of that nature. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you secure the area about 10 minutes after you come into contact with Mr. Bailey, the neighbor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did you redirect?
I'm doing that.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here today.
So Officer
Stand
Anthony.
call our next witness.
We'll call Sergeant Bradley Freese.
Police Officer Anthony is done. He was the first responding officer on the scene. Interesting, on body cam we hear that the neighbor saw the red SUV. Just happened to be looking up when they stopped there. Let's see.
And if you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
How many
My name is
lanyards?
Bradley Freese, Bradley. My last name is Friess.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police sergeant with Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long have you been with Metro?
17 years.
What is your
Is it
current
Ohio
title?
State? What does it
Currently,
say on
I
it?
am a supervisor with the abuse and neglect section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. At that time, did you hold a different position within Metro?
Yes, I did. I was a patrol sergeant, sorry.
Okay, and what was the area command that you were affiliated with?
Summerlin Area Command.
All right. Do you respond to 7216 Bronze Circle at approximately sometime after 10:30 in the morning?
Yes,
on
I
that
did.
day? Okay. When you go out there, or when you were kind of alerted, what are the basic details that you recall hearing?
The basic details that I heard is that there was a suspicious situation and the neighbor had found their neighbor lying on the ground and believed they were possibly deceased, and then officers were dispatched to that location.
Okay, so when you hear that, do you start to make your way over?
Not immediately. Generally, I will wait to get a confirmation or something like that. I'll start heading that way, but depending on who else is, if there's other supervisors, I may or may not head that way right away.
Do you ultimately do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you do arrive, is there any crime scene tape put up that you can remember to help preserve the scene?
Yes, there was crime scene tape and marked police vehicles at the end of the cul-de-sac, blocking off any vehicles driving down the cul-de-sac, as well as at the home itself there was some crime scene tape.
When you arrive at the scene, who appears to be outside?
When I arrived there, the only people that I remember seeing were other officers that were there.
Okay. Do you recall any regular citizens coming through?
Not that I recall, no.
Any real estate agents?
No.
All right. When you arrive, what do you decide to do at that point with your fellow officers?
When I first arrived, we needed to make sure that there were no additional people inside the residence that needed assistance, so we cleared the residence, make sure nobody else was inside the home, and then after that we started to stabilize, make sure everything was preserved for detectives to respond.
Okay. Are you familiar with something that is called a CAD log?
Yes.
And what is a CAD log?
A CAD log is basically the log as an event is updated in our computer system. It is put in this log, and it details, each line details what the officers say over the radio to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher types in this log, which is preserved in that CAD log.
Okay. Is that sometimes referred to as an audit trail?
Correct.
Okay. Additionally, can CAD logs organize people in terms of kind of the chronology with when they arrive on a scene?
Yes.
Can they do that? So there's other forms that kind of show the chronology of people showing up?
Yes.
And it lists maybe their name and their time and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In preparation for testifying, have you reviewed the CAD log, an audit trail, as well as a chronological log of who was arriving at scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states proposed 346 and 347, which I believe is admitted by stipulation.
Correct.
All right. So I'd like to publish just page 1 of states 346. We'll back out a little bit. All right. If we can see this here in the upper left-hand corner, it lists an address. Is that the address that you guys kind of respond to?
Yes, sir.
What does cross low mean in the middle here? What's that signify?
That is the closest cross street with that particular address.
At the bottom here, or at least in the middle of the street, it says create, and it says 9/3/2022 at 10:33:31. What does that signify?
That is the date and time the event was created.
Okay, and so there's an event number that's associated with this. Is that right?
Correct.
What is an event number?
The event number is how our police department logs and catalogs anything that's associated with a particular event, whether it's a car stop or a crime or anything like that.
Okay, so if someone calls 911 at the beginning of the day, maybe that's the first event of the day, and it just kind of goes on and on and on through.
Correct.
Is this the event number up here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I want to, you mentioned that the create date was at 10:33:31. When you look at this first entry here, is that kind of what it's signifying here?
Yes.
All right. The next entry here says, can you? This is in shorthand, but can you interpret that for us?
Sure. Conference with medical. PR found neighbor on ground on side yard covered in blood. Appears 419.
What does PR mean?
PR is a person reporting.
Okay. And what does appears 419 mean?
Appears 419. 419 is our radio code for dead body.
Okay. We look here and we start seeing at this entry at 103438. It says unit LV2V6TV stat AS. What does AS stand for?
That stands for assigned.
Okay, and what is that unit, kind of those numbers and that symbol, LV2V6TV, what does that mean?
So the LV is just, the actual call sign is the 2V6TV, and what that stands for, 2 is the shift indicator, 2 is day shift, 3 is swing shift, 1 is graveyard. V is a particular sector beat that unit is responsible for, and then the 6 is that officer's assigned number, whether 1 through 6, and then TV is short for tactical vehicle.
When we go to 103444, it indicates dispatch LV/2V13 officers LV Mariscal Anthony. What does that mean?
That indicates that 2 Victor 13 Officer Mariscal was dispatched to the event.
Okay, and then right below that, it has that same call sign being AS, meaning assigned?
Correct.
Right below that, it says ER, and using that same call sign of Officer Mariscal. What does that mean?
ER means en route.
Okay. So as we kind of look at this log, we'll see a different call sign a little bit lower here. That means that Officer Tyler Burgess is being assigned at 103451. Am I reading that essentially right?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got another entry down here. What does this mean?
It says neighbor male, approximately 50 years old, negative breathing, meaning not breathing, changed colors.
Okay. So the call sign for Officer Mariscal was 2 Victor 13, correct?
Correct.
When we look at page 2, we look at this entry here at 103708. It says 2 Victor 13 AR. What does AR mean?
That is short for arrived.
Okay. So essentially what this log does is it shows us who is arriving and who is coming and when they go or if they leave. Would that be fair?
Correct.
All right. You've had a chance to also review the 31-page, and I'm publishing 347, this chronological log of officers and law enforcement personnel with Metro that responded to the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You've been through all 31 pages reviewing the names, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the name Derek Jappy anywhere on that catalog?
No, I did not.
Okay. On that day, were you also wearing body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Okay. At this time, if we could switch over to, and we're going to play stage 344. So is this your body cam, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are not at the location in question. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
All right. We are going to spare everyone. I take it this is you driving there?
Yes.
You might want to check that engine out. That sounds terrible.
All right. So we're resuming at 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
I just arrived. Give me just a minute. I'll let you know. How many do you have in an office still? That should be sufficient. I'll let you know here in just a minute. Go ahead, sir. So what's across the street? Bronze and what? Copy. It would be a wintergreen and bronze. Okay.
Fair amount of blood, probably from eliminate there is everybody sure.
Okay.
Right there. Neighbor said, today, you heard yesterday, saw a red SUV parked here, can't really describe it that well, so the garage door is open. About 8 o'clock, goes outside, the SUV's gone, garage is still open, can't get a hold of this kid, you didn't know that. So neighbor goes in, pulls the right door, closes the garage.
Okay.
So it should be unlocked.
Okay.
That's it. No family, no other, no inside, and no animals. So this dude is a crime reporter for the yard drill, so building that up. So
okay.
That's where we're at.
Okay. All right. So we're going to the garage door. Yeah, we'll look it up. Okay. All right. Yeah. You got an extra set of gloves? I don't know. I got a new stack on my desk. That's fine.
Let me just stop for 1 second. You've been doing this for how long?
17 years.
I take in your 17 years you've been to a lot of scenes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
How would you describe this? Is this a dynamic or more like a sterile scene?
It's not a dynamic scene, but there are still some unknowns for us, so it's not quite static yet.
Okay. And so, I guess you've been to scenes where there's like lots of people running around and people coming out of the woodworks to kind of offer opinions about things they've seen. Is this really one of those scenes?
No.
Okay. Just resuming play.
Hold on, ma'am. Give us just a minute, okay? Yeah, we're going to move it right now. We're going to go in and make sure there's nobody inside. Hang out over there for us, okay?
Why are you asking her to do that? Why are you asking her to stay on the other side of the street?
Just to kind of maintain the integrity of the scene where we have, because there's only limited resources there, we needed to make sure we went into the home safely, and I didn't want somebody else kind of drawing our attention elsewhere.
Understood.
Before you go in, make sure everybody's ready, so hold on. Good? All right.
Metro Police, if there's anybody in here, make yourself known.
It's a heavy tint on those windows. It's interesting to see the crime scene evidence gloves and the pew pew.
I got the kitchen. Okay. Move up. Once they move up, we'll move over here and you hug that wall. And if you want to go with them, then I'll cover down here.
It's clean and orderly, no sign of intrusion.
It's got a kitchen back here. You guys ready? Yep. The kitchen kind of looks like it's closed off to the right, and then so it wraps up around to the left. So I'm just going to push through. Ready? Yep. Straight room, straight room. All right. Clear back here.
Slider locked.
It is locked.
I checked the outside already.
Visual clearance from here. It looks like it's clear.
You should run back.
Yeah. Before we got here. Around this side.
Day 12 code 4 residence is clear.
Looks like any.
It's got an air fryer.
All right. Any sign of a struggle or doors open or anything like that in there? I'm sure what you guys saw.
No ransacking?
Nothing in here.
Okay. All right.
They announced early on, this officer with the body cam was standing at the front of the garage door. They said, Metro Police, if anyone's inside, please make yourself known.
Where's he at, right here?
The only thing is just the gravel is slightly disturbed right here.
Right here?
Really right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Neighbors across the street found his body. There's so much video evidence in this case. It's astounding.
I'm going to stop it here for a second. Sergeant, I noticed that you didn't touch the body in any way. Why didn't you do that?
Because at this point, I don't know what we have. I don't know exactly what happened. So I'm not going to touch anything in case there's anything of evidentiary value. I'm going to allow detectives to come out and they can do that.
Okay. And when you have a dead body, do people start to touch the body before the coroner investigator shows up, or do they usually leave it alone?
Usually they leave it alone.
Okay. Resuming at 27:12.
I couldn't see real well. You said there's a cut on his neck right there?
Looks like on the left side.
Yeah, like by the shirt there? Where the shirt's kind of like a hole in the shirt there? Okay. All right. Did you guys make contact with anybody over here? When you guys knock on the door, see if anybody's there, anybody's showing you? Okay, yeah, I'll talk to him, and then I'll have you just hang out over here. Well, somewhere over here, so we'll just don't let anybody come over the body.
I already talked to her. I already got it.
It was quiet, but I heard it.
I didn't see cameras.
Hey, when is last night, what time was it that he came over here?
We said December going now.
Okay, around 8 o'clock-ish? Yeah, okay. How does he know this guy? His neighbor?
Problem for an issue, he said he came over yesterday, not an hour ago, he said, hey, but I can take that this morning, and then try to find him.
Pause it here. Move forward a little bit. So you essentially walk out past Brunch Circle. And then who is this individual here?
That is my lieutenant.
Okay. Resuming at 31:20.
Oh, okay. Yeah, possibility. So, because there's no, he said it looks like there's blood on his neck, but there's no, you can't see anything of where it's coming from. So it very well could have come out of his mouth or whatever the case is. Could have had a heart attack, I don't know. So I was going to call the coroner, have the coroner come out. He's going to out, they do their thing, and then if coroner determines that it's going to be suspicious, then we'll start notifying homicide. Unless you want me to call them now, give them a heads up and see if they want to send somebody out.
Have the coroner come out.
Okay.
Let's have the coroner come out. I agree. Just looking at it, it really looks like he just had a sudden drop and hit him.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Okay. Thank you. Request a coroner and I need this.
So ultimately, you're the one that radios in to bring in the coroner's office.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Okay. We are going to call Detective Derek Jappy.
I like that they actually call that. They go out in the hall and they yell the name. Can we put Weather Watch's merch link again in chat?
Okay.
Didn't realize I'm not able to do that. Maybe the mods can. put it one more time in chat the second time. There we go. Thanks, Sixfold. You got it.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Derek Jappy, D-E-R-E-K, J-A-P-P-E. Hello, sir. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. If you could tell this jury what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you been with Metro?
I've been employed for 17 years.
What division, what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Intelligence Section and a detective in the Public Corruption Squad.
All right. Before we get to that, prior to, how long have you been in criminal intelligence for?
6 years.
All right. Prior to that, where were you?
So I was a patrol officer. From there, I went to a problem-solving unit. Then I became a detective in probably 11 years ago in the construction theft unit. Then I was a detective in an auto theft task force, the commercial robbery section, and then public corruption squad.
Okay. One second. All right, so tell us a little bit about what Criminal Intelligence Public Corruption Squad does.
Yeah, so we investigate anybody that holds public trust. If you're in a position where the public should trust what you're doing, we would do those type of investigations.
All right. So you've investigated public officials in the past?
Yes. The type of people that we investigate are typically police officers, lawyers, judges, politicians, things along those lines.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about someone by the name of Robert Tellis. Do you know Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him here in the courtrum today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's a gentleman over here wearing a gray suit.
Okay. What sort of color shirt is he
to the far right.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So, if we could, tell me a little bit about how you get put in contact with the defendant.
In the beginning of March of 2022, through my chain of command, I was asked to contact Mr. Tellis, reference information that he had, or that he believed that there was corruption that was taking place within the probate court.
Okay. And so that is approximately 6 months before Jeff Gman dies. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. At that time, what position did Robert Tellis hold within Clark County?
Yes, he was the elected public administrator in Clark County, Nevada.
All right. When you meet with him, do you meet with him in March?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you meet with him in March, is it in person at first? Is it over a phone call? How does it work?
Initially, it was a phone call. After the phone call, he briefly discussed the allegations that he had through his own investigation. From there, he sent me an email outlining his investigation. And then a couple days after that, we met in person to further discuss what his investigation showed.
Do you remember the date that meeting occurred on?
I believe it is March 6th or March 7th of 2022.
Okay. So, if you could, who did Mr. Tellis allege was doing something inappropriate in the world of public administration?
It was Compass Realty and then employees within Compass Realty.
Okay. What did he say Compass was doing with people who pass away who don't have wills?
There's multiple allegations that Mr. Tellis was claiming. Some of those allegations were that Compass Realty was not notifying the next of kin that they were taking possession of their residence. Secondly, that they were filing false documents to the court, not showing the actual value of the residence, as well as they were selling the residences to employees of Compass Realty, which would be a violation of that statute.
Okay. When Mr. Tellis brought this information to you, did he provide supplementary information to back up some of the things that he was telling you about?
Yes, he did.
Okay. when he came to you, did you take his allegations seriously?
Yes, of course.
All right. If you could, tell us a little bit about what happens when someone dies. Let's just use an example of a house. So, because you investigate all of this for a while, would that be fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So when someone dies, and let's say they own a house and they don't have a will, what kind of happens to the house?
The house will just sit vacant if there's no family members that they can get a hold of, or if there's no one that if a person dies and there's no one that can be contacted, the house goes into like a vacant status. From there, it will sit that way unless there's a next of kin or unless there's a will. From that point, if there is no next of kin, it just stays empty.
Okay. So do you have an example? Let's say the police enter a home and they find someone's passed away inside the home and they determine that this person doesn't have a will. Is there someone that the police would contact to get them involved with administering this estate?
Yes, if someone passes away inside their house and police are notified, we would contact the public administrator's office to come take possession of that residence.
Okay, and then at that point they would take over and engage in the process, let's say fixing up the home and then ultimately maybe reselling it to set up proceeds for next of kin or something along those lines.
Correct.
Okay, but is there another scenario where, let's say, the public administrator's office is not informed, where a private real estate company could somehow insert itself?
Yes, from my understanding, if someone passes away and they're not inside the residence and there is no next of kin, then that house, as we stated, sits vacant. When it sits vacant, either there's liens put on the house through various utility companies, or there are delinquent taxes, things along those lines, which would notify realty companies or probate lawyers that the house is vacant.
So essentially, the bills start to pile up.
Correct.
And if a real estate company is watching liens being filed with court systems, they can learn, oh, we potentially have a vacant house.
Yes.
At that point, can a company file something with the court to become an independent administrator, independent of the PA's office?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially how Compass's role fits in, inserting themselves as an administrator?
Correct. And it could either be an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Okay. And generally, what's the difference?
The difference is the value of the profit that would be made. If it's less than $300,000, then it'd be a summary administrator. If it's more, then it'd be independent administrator.
So if you have a home that's under $300,000, how much oversight is there compared to a home that's worth more than $300K?
There's a lot less oversight if it's less than.
And so essentially, Mr. Tellis is reporting to you that he believed that Compass was stepping in on these homes where the bills are piling up, and they are essentially selling them, not notifying next of kin, and making a profit by selling it to other employees of the company.
Yes.
In general. Okay. Okay. So you take it serious. Do you take steps to see if you can corroborate stuff that the defendant is telling you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you examine county recorder sites?
Yes.
Do you examine the courts, like the 8th Judicial Court website, to see what is being filed in open court?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you examine to see when, let's say, Compass Realty were to take over a home, whether or not they'd hold on to the house or flip it really quick? Did you look into that?
Yes. Not only the immediate purchaser of the house, but we even went, and if the house is sold multiple times after that, we looked into the people that purchased the house, if it was sold 2 to 3 times in succession.
Did you take steps to subpoena bank records?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you're doing that. I want to talk about the notification part too. Did you have a chance to study the Nevada statutes that govern notifying next of kin when these situations pop up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know something? Have you ever heard of something called certified mail?
Yes.
Could you tell this jury what certified mail is?
Certified mail is if you're going to send a letter to someone, it has a form on the front of it. Once the letter gets delivered, whoever accepts the letter signs for it saying that they received this letter, and then that gets, in most cases, sent back to the person who sent the letter to let them know that it has been received.
Okay. When you examine the statutes regarding this process, some company or person coming in to be an independent administrator, Was there a requirement in the statutes to have something like certified mail?
No, there's not.
Okay, so in a certified mail situation, whoever gets the notification would have in theory had to sign it, and then you'd have proof like, hey, I have their signature, they were notified, right?
Correct.
But the laws on the books didn't require that in this scenario.
Correct.
Okay. So when you started looking into whether or not people were notified, what were kind of the results?
There are mixed results.
Meaning what?
Some people stated that they were notified, and then others said they had no idea about it.
And just to be clear, we're specifically talking about people who had Compass Realty take over as an independent administrator or a summary administrator.
Correct. So through our research,
bailiff on the back,
and the documents that were filed with the court through Compass Realty, it would oftentimes state who the next of kin was that they attempted to notify or that they found through their own research. Those are the people that we contacted, and if there weren't next of kins listed, we would try to find our own through our own research. We'd find next of kins, and those are the people that we contacted. And that's some of those people said they were notified, others said they were not.
All right, I now want to turn your attention to May of 2022. That's about 2 months after you start investigating Compass Realty and speaking with Mr. Tellis. At that time, do you become aware of a series of articles written by Jeff Garman about Robert Tellis?
Yes, I do.
And in general, it's kind of alleging there's like bullying in the office and an accusation of affair, things like that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
During that time, did you have interactions with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Based on what you saw or what you heard from the defendant, how did he feel about those articles that Garman wrote about him?
He was upset about them.
Okay. What did he say about Jeff Garman?
After object here, it's just a foundation. We get a time and place.
Sure. Okay. Did you have conversations in May of 2022 with Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall speaking with him about the defendant's opinion of Jeff Garman and why he wrote those articles?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were?
I don't recall where I was at.
Do you remember if it was over the phone or in person?
It had been either over the phone, either through a voice conversation or text messages.
Okay. In general, what did the defendant say about why Mr. Gman was doing this?
He said that he just wanted to sell papers and that he didn't want the full story or to share the full story.
Okay. Did the defendant ever tell you about something that he believed would shed light on what was really happening in the public administration's office?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you that you should look at, or what did he refer you to?
He referred me to a website where he shared his side of the story.
And at this time, is there an election going on?
Yes.
Okay. So he's running for election and these things are coming out?
Correct.
Did he seem concerned about the election? If you know. I don't know if you know, but based on your reaction, did he seem concerned?
Our conversations weren't along those lines. So.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to May 16th. On that date, does the defendant also approach you about another issue he is concerned about?
Yes.
Okay. What does he approach you about?
This is a phone conversation. After the article was written, Roberta Lee Kennett was receiving a bunch of text messages that he believed were harassing in nature, and he asked if that would be something that I'd be willing to investigate.
Did you, in fact, investigate that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
A few days later, Mr. Tellis sent me screenshots of the text messages that were received. I forwarded those text messages to the district attorney's office and had them review them to see if it fit any harassment or annoying, threatening type, phone call types crime.
Okay. And what was the result after you reached out to the DA's office?
That it did not rise to the level of any criminal action.
Did you let Mr. Tellis know about the results of after speaking with the members of the DA's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate that he understood?
Yes.
At this point, is the investigation into Compass still going on?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, I will now turn to June of 2022. At this point, do you become aware of the defendant losing his primary election?
Yes.
So essentially, in 6 months, he would not be the public administrator anymore?
Correct.
All right. Are you having some amount of contact with the defendant?
Yes, I am.
Is it as frequent as it was before?
Our contact was periodic, so I would say yes, it was similar.
Okay. So now I want to turn to August of 2022. After the primary loss, are you still investigating Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
All right. At that point in time, are you put in contact with other members of the Public Administration Office?
Yes, I am.
Who are those people that you were put in contact with?
I was put in contact with Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin.
Did you know at the time, as of August, Rita Reed was the very person who beat Mr. Tellis in the election?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So you knew that they were employees and you knew that Rita had run against them?
Yes.
All right. So what do they allege to you?
In our initial meeting with them, they alleged that they received information that Mr. Tellis was receiving kickbacks.
Okay. A week after meeting them, do you speak with another individual in the real estate world?
Yes, it's around a week. I don't have the exact days.
Okay. What's her name?
Her name is Kimberly McMahon.
Okay. Was she a former Metro police officer?
I believe she was a lieutenant, yes.
Okay. Was she currently an employee of Metro at the time that you met with her?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long had she been retired for?
I believe she retired in 2021, so it had been about a year since she was a police officer.
Okay. Does she also share information about this alleged kickback scheme?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the allegation? So how does the kickback work in this scenario? Because he's the PA, so it's got to be a little different than the Compass thing. So what's the difference?
Yes, so the information I received is that through the Public Administrator's Office, when they take possession of a home and that home is ready to be sold, they have the ability to pick whatever realtor they want to sell that house. The allegation was that historically the Public Administrator's Office would use multiple realtors and it would kind of be like on a rotating basis of how the houses were sold. The information I received is that Mr. Tellis approached Ms. McMahon while they were selling one specific house and asked to receive 30% of the commission that she received. When a realtor sells a house, through our research, the buyer agent and the seller agent usually receive between 3 to 3.5% of the total sale of the house. So the total value from this realtor would be 7%. And Mr. Tellis stated that he would continue giving them houses to sell if he got 30% of that 7% of the commission.
All right. So now, detective. So we got one guy saying this company's doing this, and now you have other people accusing the very guy who came to you of doing something inappropriate. Detective, as a police officer, do you just pick and choose at this point which one you want to do?
No.
Please tell us, how do you handle a situation like this?
We investigate both simultaneously. Even if a person that's providing us information, if we get information later on that that person's also committing criminal acts, it doesn't change. It doesn't change our focus. It doesn't change the ability to still investigate both criminal activities at the same time.
So you have to follow the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, in August of 2022, do you then start to investigate the allegations raised against Robert Tellis?
Yes.
At the same time, in August of 2022, are you investigating the allegations against Compass Realty?
Yes, I am.
So what sort of steps do you take to see if what Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin are saying, to see if it makes any sense? What sort of things did you start looking at?
Similar to the investigation from the information we received from Mr. Tellis, we did similar things. So we had names of multiple realtors that the Public Administrator's Office had been using, specifically since Mr. Tellis took that position as a Public Administrator. We looked into the houses that they have sold since, like I said, he took office. And we're able to see a pattern of multiple realtors being used. And then from the time that Ms. McMahon said that the house was taken away from her, it seemed like the houses went specifically to one realtor. That realtor, based on our research, didn't sell many houses before he met Mr. Tellis. And then after he met Mr. Tellis, the amount of homes that he sold specifically for the Public Administrator's Office substantially increased.
Okay. So do you take steps like, I don't know, collecting people's phones and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. You do records requests and things of that nature?
Correct.
Do you subpoena bank records as well?
Yes.
And additionally, do you apply for and acquire what's called a pen register?
Yes, I do.
What is a pen register?
Pin register is a search warrant that we do to collect phone data information, such as location information and incoming and outgoing contact with that phone, either text messages or voice calls.
And so when you say location information, are you talking about when a phone kind of interacts with a cell site?
Yes.
And sometimes are those referred to as historical phone records?
Correct.
Because we're trying to see where a phone is geographically when it's interacting with a tower.
Yes.
Okay. So you get information like that. Additionally, do you institute surveillance on Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I do.
All right. And was the pen register in effect in early September?
Yes, it was.
Were you surveilling in early September?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd. Do you become aware that Jeff Gman is murdered on that day?
Yes, I was.
Detective, was surveillance instituted on the defendant on September 2nd, 2022?
No, it was not.
Do you remember why?
Surveillance was conducted on Mr. Tellis the day prior, so September 1st, 2022.
So why stop? What's the deal with that?
Typically in our line of work, we don't want to do surveillance on a subject multiple days in a row. We typically have the same cars, and if someone starts noticing a same car or same person behind them multiple days in a row, they can get suspicious. So we like to space out our surveillances so that people can't notice cars.
Okay. So the day before, and this was the day off?
Correct.
All right. Now, I have another question to ask for you. It's a bit of a burning question. Detective Jappy, did you go to 7216 Bronze Circle on the day Jeff Gman was murdered?
No, I did not.
All right. Now, later, I don't know if it's that evening or the very next day, do you attend a briefing with Metro regarding the Gman murder?
Yes, I believe it was that evening at our headquarters.
Okay. Fair to say, given he was a reporter, this was kind of a big deal. It had some notoriety, at least certainly media notoriety.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide those historical phone records in the pen register to the lead detective, in this case, Detective Gaddis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you mention that you were aware of these articles that came up as well?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, who, as far as you know, who is handling the investigation of the Gman murder?
Detective Gaddis.
Okay. Are you an integral role? Are they saying, like, ride shotgun with me on this? Is that what's happening?
No.
Okay. So homicide's handling.
Correct.
So then I have another question for you. As of September 2nd, Jeff Gman dies. Do you, for some reason, stop doing your Compass investigation or your Tellis investigation?
No, both those investigations still continue.
All right. So now I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. On that day, are you contacted by Detective Justine Gaddis?
Yes, I am.
Does she ask you to meet her somewhere?
Yes.
And where are you supposed to meet her at?
She called me and asked me if I could meet her at the Summerlin Area Command.
And why did you have to go over there?
Mr. Tellis was present there, and she asked if I could come assist her in the interview.
Okay. At that time, though, is a buccal swab taken from Mr. Tellis pursuant to a search warrant?
That was prior to my arrival.
Okay, so you're not there. Are you aware, though, a buccal is being taken on that day?
Yes.
All right. Are you also aware of a warrant being acquired to perform a search at his residence?
Yes, I am.
Because this is all happening on the 7th, right?
Correct.
Detective Jappy, did you participate in the search warrant at the defendant's home on September 7th, 2022?
No, I did not.
Is this one they're trying to pin on?
Who drops off the defendant at his house on the 7th?
It was Detective Gaddis and I.
After you drop him off, do you become aware that the DNA results have come back?
Yes.
Do you learn that there's a plan in place at that point to place the defendant under arrest?
Yes, I do.
Do you go home at that point in time, or where do you go at that point?
I was in the vicinity of Mr. Tellis' residence.
Okay. And are you tasked with anything on that day?
Yes.
What are you tasked to do?
I was asked to call Mr. Tellis and ask him if he could come outside of his house and surrender to us.
Do you have an understanding as to why you were selected?
Yes.
Why?
One, based on my rapport with Mr. Tellis, we had I would say a long-standing relationship for 6 months. We talked somewhat frequently, and also I'm a member of our crisis negotiation team.
What is the crisis negotiation team?
We are individuals within Metro that have specialized training in crisis negotiation. So if someone is in a mental state where they are refusing to come out of the residence, either barricaded inside the residence or have hostages or want to harm themselves, we have specialized training, and we respond to talk to those individuals to try to get them to get into a mental state where they're ready to start thinking rationally again and exit whatever place they're in.
And potentially de-escalate a potentially harmful situation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call the defendant?
I call his wife's phone.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, how many years have you been a member of the crisis negotiation team?
Approximately 6 years. I started in 2016, but I had a 2-year break in between.
So you call his wife's phone. Do you eventually get the defendant on the phone?
Yes, I do.
How long do you spend talking with Mr. Tellis?
In total is about 2 hours.
Okay. Does he say anything to you that expresses, that gives you a concern about his personal safety?
Yes.
Okay. What does he say that brings you that concern?
There's multiple statements that he wasn't thinking clearly, and that he was thinking about hurting himself. And then it progressed to where he was telling me that he could not exit the residence because he was stuck in his tub. And at that point, we members of the SWAT team utilized robots and drones to see that he was, in fact, laying in his tub and unable to exit.
I want to ask you this question. During that 2-hour negotiation, do you ever step foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I do not.
Okay, so are you at some sort of command post or somewhere farther away?
I started off in my vehicle, and then once the SWAT team arrived, we have a room that the negotiators go and sit in. So for probably the first hour and a half, I was in my vehicle, and then I transitioned into the command vehicle for the SWAT team.
Okay, and then at that point, you mentioned that drones or robots confirm. Is that because they're like armed with cameras?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you get a visual essentially.
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, does SWAT go in and safely get him out of the house?
Yes, they do.
After SWAT gets him out of the house, is he provided medical treatment and brought to an ambulance?
Yes.
Is that ambulance? Obviously, the ambulance is outside of the house. Do you approach that ambulance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you approach the ambulance?
As part of what we typically do as negotiators, we go to debrief the person that was barricaded within the house, and we have conversations with them to see if there's anything that we could do that could have been different to get them to exit the house earlier, or different things that we could have said to have rationale with the subject.
They do a post-op survey?
My relationship with Mr. Tellis.
The defendant?
Just to see if he was okay.
The target?
Okay. I'll ask you, Detective. Were you concerned about him?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Like I said, I had a relationship with him. Obviously, through the conversation that we had, we know about his family, everything that he's going through. You never want to see someone in a situation where they feel like they have to hurt themselves. Like it doesn't matter what the nature of the allegations are or anything like that. And so all those things were factors that, I was concerned about his safety.
Okay. How long? I don't want to get into the substance of it, but how long do you spend interacting with him?
In the ambulance, I was probably in there for about 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you stay in the ambulance as he's taken to a hospital?
No, I do not.
Okay, so he is then taken away at that point?
Yes.
After he leaves to go to the ambulance, Detective Jappy, did you set foot inside Mr. Tellis' residence?
No, I did not.
Okay, so September 7th, Robert Tellis is arrested. At this point, do you stop your investigation into Compass and Mr. Tellis?
Thank you, Em.
No, both investigations still continue.
Okay. Let's first talk about the Tellis investigation. When do you conclude your investigation into the allegations raised by Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin and Ms. McMahon?
My investigation ended around February of 2023. We passed the information that we had and all the information that we collected to the FBI to do a secondary analysis of it.
Let me stop. I want to stop you here for a second.
Lizzie, that's funny.
You conclude in February of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. before you send it to the FBI, what determination, detective, do you make regarding the allegations that Robert Tellis did something involving a kickback scheme?
Through all the investigation that we did and all the research that we conducted, there is no evidence to support that Mr. Tellis was receiving any kickbacks.
Okay. Do you then refer to the FBI?
Yes.
And what does the FBI say?
They review the documentation as well, and they came to the same conclusion.
Okay. Do you take this evidence to the DA's office in the hopes that they file charges against Mr. Tellis?
No, I did not.
So you don't do that in that case?
Correct.
With respect to what the old guard has said about Mr. Tellis. Is that correct? Do you know who the old guard is?
I do not.
Okay. Sorry, I'll use it. About regarding what Ms. Rita Reed or Alicia Goodwin or Ms. McMahon, what they say about him, you don't take all that to the DA's office?
Correct.
Regarding Mr. Tellis?
Correct.
Let's turn our attention to Compass Realty. When did your investigation conclude on that?
Around February of 2023.
Okay. Do you take that information, what conclusion, let's do it this way. Do you take that evidence to the DA's office?
Yes, I do.
In the hopes that they file charges?
When I took the evidence to the district attorney's office, it was in support of trying to get search warrants for to further the investigation.
And what are you told, essentially, by members of the district attorney's office?
That based on the information that we had and how the Nevada revised statute is written regarding probate cells, that through the legislative loopholes that Compass Realty was utilizing loopholes and that there would not be a criminal prosecution of the case.
So specifically we're talking about things like...
They're shady, but it's legal?
Like the requirements of service, right? Like
see.
you don't have certified mail, and you're getting a mixed bag, so it's going to be hard to say that they weren't really notifying people.
Yes, that's correct.
And so, because you had some people who in fact were notified and some people didn't.
Yes, and then in regards to filing the false documents to the court, oftentimes the employee of Compass Realty did provide who the home was sold to and the company that it was sold to, and there was no further questions from the court about it, but they did provide the documentation.
So at the end of the day, regarding the Tellis accusations, you do not go to the DA's office, but Compass Realty you did.
Correct.
But based on the way the law was written, you were told this can't go any further just because of just how these statutes are written.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to talk about one more thing, that pen register. Did you have an opportunity to review the pen register with respect to Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. And on that day, and you have records, you've collected those records. On that day, in the morning of September 2nd of 2022, what do you see in terms of the activity on that phone?
The activity between, I don't have the exact times, but between like 8:30 in the morning, around 8:30 in the morning to early afternoon, the phone activity was only incoming activity as far as text messages and phone calls, and there's no outgoing text messages or phone calls until early afternoon.
Okay, so basically, like, there's activity on the phone, and geographically, where's the phone pinging from?
Around his residence.
Okay, so the phone appears to be located nearby the residence.
Correct.
And people are kind of reaching out to his phone, but nothing's going out.
That's correct.
For about how long of a time period?
I would say approximately 5 to 6 hours.
Okay, and you've provided those records to our office, is that correct?
Yes.
At this time, we're going to ask for the admission of States 345. It's been admitted by stipulation.
Correct. Yes, John.
Cross is going to be good on this one.
If we could just cue over. So, that's super weird. It's because I have to slide it over here. I apologize. Let's do this.
It's an external virtual monitor.
It's magic. Okay, this is going to, I'll have to look over here. Sorry, this is a little harder for me to do.
This is me every single day. Literally, this guy is channeling my struggles.
What are we looking at in this first column here? Do you know?
The first column is just the case number that our technical and analytical section assigned to it.
And what is this What is this second column indicating?
The second column is the target phone number, so the phone number that the PIN register is provisioned on.
And for the record, I opened up a file that was entitled 702-533-1858 CDRs.
Christopher Hamner?
What's in column D?
The date of the activity.
Okay. So tell me this. So what time did you say roughly this starts at?
I said approximately 8:30. It looks like it's 08:45 hours, so 8:45 in the morning was that last. I'm sorry, 08:48 in the morning was the last outgoing text messages.
Okay, so that's entry. I'm sorry, it's just really hard for me to see. I apologize.
Yeah.
So eight.
You can make it bigger, sir.
Entry number. What is that entry number with the outgoing text?
Potential data loss. Some features
only
might
thing I
be
can see
lost
is
if you
it
save
ends in
this
5.6.
as a CSV.
Oh, it's cut off on your screen. So is it 45556, and it's a text in column H outgoing, correct?
Yes.
And it's sent to 6728556. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's outgoing. The next couple entries below, the next two are incoming, correct?
Yes.
What is the significance, though, of outgoing data? What does that mean?
So through my training experience, data sessions aren't reflected with the accurate times on through phone records. We're taught not to rely on data sessions.
Okay, so that potentially is just a ping from the cell phone company sending things out.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like what counts as data sessions, but
on a record, let's say you send a text message in column 8, it'll say text, right?
yes.
Okay, so let's keep scrolling down. So if we look at entry number 45568 at 9:16:01, there seems to be an incoming text, correct?
Yes.
And again, there's outgoing data, and then another incoming text. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so essentially you're seeing a series of incoming texts, but there's like no response. There's no outgoing text, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we're at, if we look at entry 45582, the very one at the bottom, can you read me the time at that point?
Yes, that's 9:44:53.
All right, let's keep scrolling down.
We've got IP addresses on here. We've got very big numbers. 3.1E plus 14.
So, again, are we seeing kind of a toggling of incoming text message and then these outgoing data kind of notations, correct?
Yes.
Please tell me what the last time on this entry here is.
10:16:31.
And I know it's cut off, and that's entry number 45597 for the record. Wrong mouse.
This guy's living my life. Every time he talks about the problems he's having with tech, I'm like, I feel you, bud. I feel you.
Now we have something called incoming voice. What is that?
That's his phone is receiving a phone call.
Okay. So you're seeing a couple of calls that are being made, correct?
Yes.
But nothing outgoing in terms of voice or text.
Correct.
What is the last time that you have here?
The last time I have is 11:59:09.
And for the record, since it's cut off, it's 45:612. Looking at here, again, we're not seeing anything outgoing in terms of voice or text, correct?
Correct.
But there is an incoming voice at the end, is that right?
Yes.
I'm thinking this could have been
What
made
is
into a more
what is the time
visually
on
appealing
that?
chart.
13:20:28.
So I'm assuming that's a 24-hour clock?
Yes.
Okay, so convert that for people who don't know what
Yes.
a 24-hour clock is.
That'd be 1:20 p.m. and 28 seconds.
Okay, so another incoming, at 1:20 incoming voice call, and for the record, that entry is 45:630.
We're looking at the call data record for the defendant's phone, and you're going to see, I think they're going to try to show that there's a gap.
Let's see.
I think you passed it.
Again, Are we only seeing incoming texts at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. No outgoing texts, no outgoing voices.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Please tell us the time here at the bottom.
13:26:35, so 1:26 and 35 seconds p.m.
Okay, and for the record, that's entry point 45651.
The state's basically proving that he left his phone for a time and did nothing, and then regained possession of his phone and started using it again. So they're showing the gap in the time
Now I
period,
want to
which
turn your
should
attention
correspond with the
third entry from the bottom.
attack.
The entry is 45658 at 14:05:49. What do we have there?
We have an outgoing text message to 702-325-2821. So that means he sent a text, or his phone sent a text message to that number.
Please convert for this jury what 14:05 translates into in a normal 12-hour clock.
Yeah, it's 2:05 and 49 seconds p.m.
Okay, so from 8:48 a.m. until 2:05 p.m., there's not a single outgoing voice call or a single outgoing text message.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
The reference to being stuck in the tub, actually, I believe.
Okay, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you all. Ronnie, thank you, Gary.
Okay, as they're going out on break, I'm going to turn the sound off here a bit. A couple things I want to say. First of all, this is really monotonous testimony, but it's once we put this all together, they're going to be able to summarize it at the end and say activity on the phone, sent, receive, and then receive with no sends, and then sent, receive, which means the phone was probably on, but not being used. So he was doing something else other than using his phone. They can probably dig deeper and see if anything was read or opened or anything like that. But it's going to show that period of time, which might correspond with the incident at the home, matches up. I hate to have to do this. We had an incident this morning with a viewer who was frustrated when a comment was caught by our auto ban. On days where we have multiple trials going on, especially verdict days, I put words like guilty and not guilty in the bans list because we don't like spoilers. And somebody might come in being well-meaning and everything. They might be 2 minutes ahead of us and say, hey, so-and-so is not guilty. And we're waiting for the verdict to be read. I do that because it helps everyone, and we like to enjoy it and see it first as it happens. This individual, I believe one of the comments they made was about that, but it was about something that had happened in another case. And we'd already covered it here, and we were like, "Hey, thanks, we did it." And somebody had, my mods, which was what we ask when we're doing busy things, say, "Try to stay focused on what we're on. Let's not talk about the other cases." They got upset, and I wouldn't be bringing this up. I'm not going to name them individually, other than I've had other content creators reach out to me and let me know that this individual is now going to their channels and causing problems as if they're from our channel, asking people to come over here or they should come watch this because something's happening. We don't do that here. I've never encouraged anyone to raid another channel and tell people to leave another content creator's channel, even a big channel, and big media. We don't do that. We don't go in there and say, hey, you should leave here and go over there. I have so much respect for other creators. So if for some reason you found us through that, we love that you're here. So hit the subscribe button. That would be great. Please continue to support the channels you are watching there. I know Ada K is one of those channels that this occurred on. Ada is a fantastic friend of the channel, and she does something that's really unique, and that is she provides sign language services for people who are watching court, which you just don't. I mean that's incredible. That is so neat that she's doing that. She's doing amazing. If you haven't, we put a link in chat there. We've got some great friends of the channel all over the place. Just remember that we play nice at home, and we play nice as guests at other people's channels as well. So please just if you see that somewhere else, let me know so I can reach out to the channel personally and because that's not what we do, and that's what we've never done that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. There's Ada K's channel. If you haven't subscribed, this is worth the watch. She also streams on the weekends, which is great because I don't. And she's just a fun person. I've been on a couple of the shows with her. She's been on with us, and it's all good. But I think the whole thing was over a misunderstanding, which is sad, because there was no offense meant, and I've reached out to the individual. They seem to have severed ties, and that's sad, but it is what it is. No names. We don't want anyone to try to figure out who it is or anything. That's not that. I just want to make sure that you guys know that this is how it happens. And I'm a little bit distracted. When you thought I was sleeping, I was texting other creators, reaching out as people were reaching out to me and said, "Why is this happening on my channel? This person." So I've been trying to just put out some fires this morning. So that's about it. Anyway, love you, love y'all. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. We've got a 15-minute break here, as we've had, once again, just amazing testimony that, here's what I'll say. On the believability factor, every single witness has scored 100%, except for one, and that's the one that says, to be honest, to be honest, to be honest. In this case, we have witness after witness after witness who has given us no indication whatsoever that they have any reason to be making something up, to be lying, to be fudging the truth. This is looking very bad for the defense, and this particular witness is one defense seems to have pointed the finger at, saying he's one of the ones who's framing us. So the cross-examination is probably going to be really tough. It's going to be very direct. It might get spicy. There might be more dirt that they dug up, and there might be something there. I mean, if they've made this allegation, there's probably something they can point at. We do know that the witness on the stand right now was actively investigating Robert Tellis for corruption, like public corruption. Up until that point, he was being surveilled on the public corruption case the day before the murder happened. So timing is very, very interesting. But anyway, this is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. We've got some great personalities. I love the prosecutor who just did the direct questioning here. If you go back, TYO Toys on Twitter put a little compilation out of some of the previous stuff this prosecutor said in the Tommy case, which is where we've seen him and her before, the two prosecutors on this case. We've seen them both, and it's really fun. So it's worth a watch if you want to watch that. I can't play it because oftentimes he plays music on the background, which X allows, but YouTube would give me a strike for. Anyway, I just want to say I have so much support for any channel who does this. There are channels out there who do things very differently than me, and I'm still a huge supporter of it because I think that makes the community better. There shouldn't just be one voice talking about things. There shouldn't just be one perspective, and I love that there are multiple places where you can go and watch commentary on this case with a different spin, and sometimes with more edge, and sometimes with less talking and everything else. I love that. I think it makes the LawTube and LawTube adjacent as us a better place for everybody. So please, if you see that happening, just nicely just reach out to me, and maybe I'll reach out to the host directly if you see any problems that's done in our name. All right. That being said, let's see. Where are we? We're at. I just pounded on the table. That was loud in my ears. Sorry about that. Kiwi Chicks New Zealand. This is such a safe place and supportive place to be. All right, I wouldn't be anywhere else to watch trials with. Thanks, Kiwi Chicks. Thank you very much. 5 months of support. Congratulations. You're about to get a yellow courthouse next month. Looking forward to that upgrade in your legal residence. Rising tide lifts all ships. Yes, most definitely. We're all better because there are other people around us. This is not. We don't step on people to get higher. It does not help. It just tears us down. No pounding the podium. You break it, you buy it. Yes, the Airbnb probably has a label somewhere in the warning about that. They're going to pay for the podium in the other courtroom. Yes. All right. Let's see. Do we have? I think. Oh, we just have the camera on the wall. That's all we have right now. No audio. We are up to 99 on the body count. I think I might have missed some. I do apologize. If you hear one and I miss, the best way to let me know, we don't need everybody to do it. First of all, before you start updating and correcting me saying, hey, you need to add one, make sure you're current. It's very easy in YouTube, especially if it sometimes inserts an ad or something, which I wish they didn't do, for you to be back in the timeline, and you might be a few minutes behind. And so you might put a number out that we see in chat instantly, but you are actually behind in time. So just make sure you're right, and we'll adjust it properly. So just put the next number. So if I missed one, you would put the number 100 in chat, and I would type that up. But also, don't kid, because I believe you. I'm very trusting on this. We try to keep an accurate count. Hi, Rescue Dogs. Thank you. 18 months, one of our OGs. Thank you for all you do to make this a wonderful place it is. It's wonderful because of the people, and you're one of them, my Rescue Dogs. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be the same without you here. Katrina Hetherington. I've been on and off here since land the plane. 9 months. Wonderful. Congratulations, Katrina. Love the land the plane. Lindsay Bay. Y'all have fostered a culture that makes coming in so positive. Congrats, RA and mods and chat. Big shout out to our mods. It's always a challenge when we have a high profile court case, because we find a lot of new friends, and we also sometimes find some people that maybe this channel isn't the best fit for. And our mods are working hard to make sure that they are given the opportunity to be welcomed and and participate with us and become one of this community. I mean, there are many, I'll say me included, who at other times on other channels have acted in ways that I wouldn't want done on my channel. And I've tried to change that personally. And I don't know, other people have said, you should have seen me when I was over on this channel. I was a fire starter. And that's great. We love all the different personalities and stuff here, but please just remember, we're all friends here. We all get along. We support each other, even if we disagree, which I love. All right. Thank you very much, Lindsay. 5 months of support. Kishaleen. It's lonely days when you guys are not on. 4 months of support. I'm sorry. We'll try to be on more often. How about that? Somebody's in my house. I think my family's back. I hope. Otherwise, you might witness a crime right here on the live stream. Are we done for the day? No, we're on a 15-minute break, Sandra, and we're going to have the last segments. We expect about another hour and a half, roughly, of testimony in this case. I think about half an hour of that at least is going to be this witness on cross-examination. And then we'll probably have a little bit of redirect as well. This is a key witness because he played such a big role, especially for the defense. They have to have something where they can point the finger at this. So far, the defense has not landed many blows. This has been a pretty one-sided fight if you view it as that. So maybe this is one where they actually have something that they could score some points and resonate with the jury. Anyway, congratulations. Thank you to our mods who are working overtime. You're doing a great job, and I love and appreciate all that you do for us and for each other and for all the entire community. Mr. Fixit says, quick note, football is fast approaching. Please no overtime during this season. Are you conflicted? Are you conflicted on your schedule, Mr. Fixit? Did you see my response yesterday that the just a hand in the bush yes, it was from No More Tears by Ozzy. I was thinking Rush for some reason, I think. Is that what I said? I can hear the song. Or did I say Empire? I can't remember. I saw the comment, but I hear the song. I loved it growing up. I listened to that a lot. I love the way you fill in the gaps in court. Not many others can do it like you do. The Mountain Dew RA is amazing. If is there a healthy version of this somewhere? I'm not a sponsor, by the way, not a sponsor. Is there a healthy version of Mountain Dew? Because I like the flavor, and it sure is a great pickup. But my scale disagrees with me consuming this on a regular basis. I need to find somewhere in the middle, some middle ground. Did I hear you say there's an expected gap in his phone? Virginia, I did. Hey, are you someone I know? Ah, it's Mrs. R.A. We're good. I say yes. We haven't got the summary yet, but I think at the end, probably under cross-examination, that might come out, or they might just put it together with someone else who did more analysis of the phone. He's the guy that sort of did the tap. Usually there's one person that collects the evidence and somebody else who interprets the evidence. So we might have a secondary person that will do that for us. But there will be a point. We know this because the defense brought it up, and they made a point to say there's no evidence that our client was ever there, that his phone was ever there. No, there wasn't. His phone clearly never went to Jeff Gehrman's house. And I think that the call data sheets that we're pouring over right now are going to agree with that statement. All right. I have not tried. I should cut down the caffeine, because although when I'm drinking drinks that are caffeinated, it feels great and I'm running like crazy, there tends to be a crash. There's an up and a downside as well. Sorry, what's the secret word? She just opened the door, just came in. It's a Mountain Don't is the good one. What's the British equivalent of Mountain Dew? Does Lilt have caffeine? I'm trying to think what would be the British equivalent. Mountain Dew Zero, is it? Does that have the flavor though? Try sparkling water with spritz of lemon and lime. I need to cut out the sugar, that's for sure. I'm no longer a TGIF because that means 2 days without Recovery Addict in chat. I miss y'all over the weekends. This is one of the reasons you should probably check out channels like Ada K's channel. There are some great creators out there who just do amazing work. And very different and some very similar. You'll find the communities are often very friendly and similar to what we have here. And you'll find a lot of friends in chat. So I do encourage you to explore and look around. We love that you come back. That is wonderful, and we appreciate that. But there's a lot out there to appreciate. Thank you for the super chat. Was there a message to go along with this one? I'm not seeing one, but I appreciate that. Did you try that one someone sent you water which was caffeinated? Yes. Thal, I think it was Thal, sent me some. What was that brand? It's ridiculously expensive, I'll tell you that. I could never afford that. My budget is right up there with Deer Park water. That's about the highest I pay, although this is more expensive. I should not do that. Sundrop. I've never had Sundrop. I live not far from where Pepsi was founded or discovered or created, but I don't drink that either. Crystal Light without caffeine. I get caught up on all the other channels, fun channels during the weekend that replay with commentary, like Potentially Criminals channel. He's a lawyer and fun to listen to. I love that, Tag. That is awesome. And good to have you here. Tag, we need you more in chat. Peeps. The peeps sound isn't working. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. None of my sound effects are working properly because I'm away from that computer. All right. Water with a slice of lemon. That sounds good. Will it trick my body into thinking that it's Mountain Dew? Selena K is on the other side. No. She's like, just do the dew. Not a coffee drinker. I'm trying to reduce my soda intake on a whole. Love Fresca. Oh, Fresca is good. Grapefruit Fresca for the win. I'm all over that one. That's one of my favorite beverages. But I need to cut back all carbonation and sugar. Yes, there was a message. Can you say it now? Of course you can say it now, Em. Please say the message. We'll see if we can bring that up here before court comes back in just a couple minutes. Sundrop is like an off-brand Mountain Dew, I guess. Only Recovery Addict can spend an entire court break discussing Mountain Dew. Oh, man. Let's see, Tag says, I've been busy helping my autistic kiddo with his freshman year of college and physical therapy for my knee replacement, but I'm still here lurking when I can. Tag, that's awesome. Hopefully I guess it's not a new job anymore. How's the job going? Are things working well on that front? We missed you now that your schedule's different. Water infused with cucumber and lime. Do I have to buy one of those fancy little shaker mugs to do that? Selena's always a bad influence. Selena, we love that you're here. Thank you so much. I love that we have things we can relate on, which is great. Here's M's message that came with a super chat. Consider this a super chat. Because of the homeless pair that you put on camera, Scott, and your kindness towards them and the spotlight that you put on the homeless, I'm donating $100 to my local shelter today. Thank you. M, that is awesome. That is wonderful. I appreciate you taking steps to help people. I felt bad about what I did when I realized what had happened. But thank you for doing that. That is really cool. That's really cool. And thanks for sharing. Tab. Oh, I think I've never had Tab. I mean, I know what it is. I grew up around it. When Tab was in the pop machines, I was drinking. What was it? It's cherry. I can't remember. It's not Shasta. Cream soda. It's a cherry cream soda drink that I can't remember the brand of. That's what I was hooked on as a kid when everyone else was drinking Tab. Hey, well, podcast. Peace to everyone here. Love the vibe on this channel. One of my favorite saying is, each one teach one. There you go. Not Figo. Fanta. Fanta was what it was. So Fanta, cherry cream soda Fanta, I think was my drink as a kid. I would ride on my bike. I would ride my bike down the street and over. There was an intersection. It was like a T intersection, but instead it was a Y. And right in the little part of the Y, there was a tiny little car lot. And they had one soda machine out front. And this car lot was like just big enough for like an office and a bathroom. It was tiny. But I would drive there and I would spend my 25 cents or 35 cents, whatever it was, to buy a cream soda. Cherry cream soda. A gore point. It's like a gore point. Only imagine if between the on-ramp and the freeway, that gore point, if there was a used car dealership. Okay, that's the size. I think it had like 6 cars is all it could hold on it. It was tiny. And it was in an unincorporated area. So like no city wanted this. Everyone's like, well, that's not us. And so we had like city to the north, city to the south, city to the west, and everyone else was like, nope, you're not one of us. It was pretty funny. Cheerwine to me tastes exactly like Dr. Pepper, and I realize my taste buds might be broken. My wife loves Cheerwine. I don't. It also tastes a little bit like cherry Coke. Do I live close to New Bern? I do. I think Greenville, just north. Cheerwine is more cherry. Tag. I feel like I'm going back to college from that kiddo. Even bought tons of merch at Cameron University last weekend, helping him pick his books and supplies. That is awesome. That is really cool. I know that can be a lot of work, but that's really cool. Use a regular pitcher for water infusion. How do you get it to infuse? Do you just stir it and you call it good? You don't have to blend anything? We have a drink that our family likes called Happy Juice, which is Fresca and grape juice mixed together, like good 100% natural, straight from the vine grape juice and Fresca. You mix those two, that's good stuff. Right, we might have a burst of sound coming from the court here in just a moment. Hang on a second. Let me go to this camera for just a minute. What is happening over here? Okay, that one's good. What's happening up here? That one's good.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Your Honor, we have just one moment.
You bet.
Can you eat the cucumber and lime afterwards, or is it just... I mean, I'm a big fan of eating limes and lemons. I love strong flavors like that.
Sure, no problem. No problem.
They're going to step outside, confer outside the presence of the jury. This is the only court I've ever seen the jury be seated in the courtroom before the judge comes in, which is sort of funny because it puts the honor on the judge. Although to her credit, though, when the bailiff comes in, they say, "Please be seated. Just come to order." They don't have her have them stand up, but they make everyone wait for the judge instead of just work when the jury's there. So the jury has to wait. They could have done it during the break. Instead, they waited until we came back and then said, "Can we have a break?" Karina, the only problem I have with cucumber-infused water is that I'm taking cucumbers away from what could be a perfectly manufactured spicy maple bourbon spicy maple bourbon pickle.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
There we go.
Thank you.
Buckle up.
Detective Jappy, just so we're clear, based upon your direct testimony today, Mr. Tellis has basically been exonerated of the allegation or the concern of your investigation regarding his receiving bribes or kickbacks.
So there's no
evidence. Yes, that's correct.
This investigation was basically started by Kimberly McMahon meeting with you and giving you information. Fair to say?
That was part of it, yes.
As a result of her coming to you, you sought a pen register, trap and trace, real-time device location wherein you could follow Mr. Tellis's phone.
Again, in part because of the information received by her.
Correct. Long story short, the warrant that you obtained was, it makes reference to Kimberly McMahon, correct?
Yes.
That provided the probable cause for you to get this trap and trace device, correct?
It helped the probable cause.
It was the primary reason. We'll go there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As a result of this, you were able to monitor his whereabouts. Maybe not to the specific inch, but pretty darn close.
That's correct.
You were able to monitor calls received, sent out, the metadata, not the contents, but the numbers.
Correct, the phone number's out, yes.
As well as the data information, the text that he both received and sent out, fair to say?
Yes, the phone number's out, either sent or received it, yes.
Correct. You would testify concerning surveillance that had been conducted on Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
There is a report that was generated on August 17th of 2022.
Correct.
Criminal intelligence surveillance log was generated as a result of the surveillance that was conducted?
Yes.
Notes are taken concerning the activities of Mr. Tellis?
Yes, that'd be correct.
Picks up a child, goes to Home Depot, fair to say?
Yes.
Goes to Chipotle?
Yes.
Goes home. And he was under surveillance for a number of hours on August 17th, 2022.
Correct.
Now, there's a second report that's generated, and that's a September 6th, 2022. And this is of Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
references made where security cameras are observed under the eave of the roof?
Correct.
And there's a notice or a notation here concerning those not having been there previously.
Yes.
Now, there's reference made to, and actually you testified now, concerning surveillance conducted of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022.
Yes.
Was a report generated or a surveillance log generated in reference to that surveillance?
Yes, there was.
Was that provided to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
You are subject to recall, and the parties have agreed that in the event that it's necessary to call you back, which you're willing to come back and speak to us, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. And it's your testimony that as a result of the surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st, 2022, that he was not surveilled on September 2nd of 2022. You generally don't like to have two surveillance days back to back.
Correct.
What if you only commit crime every other day? You just never get caught?
Fair to say that he was subject to surveillance from the time that you obtained this warrant and began looking at him on August 17th until past the time that the events which gave rise to this case occurred.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You bet. He's under surveillance. First time is October 17th. I'm sorry, August 17th. He's then surveilled September 1st of 2022.
Correct.
And then he's surveilled September 6th, 2022. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the events that gave rise to this case are alleged to have occurred on September 2nd, 2022.
Yes.
So during this time, he was subject to surveillance, but just not on this specific day, according to your testimony.
Yes, that's correct.
From the time that you obtained this warrant in August, he was subject again to this pen register trap and trace.
Yes.
And that obviously covered the events as we've seen of September 2nd, 2022.
Yes, it did.
At no time during this course of events, to your knowledge, was he made aware of these things?
Correct.
Or these efforts on your part, fair to say?
Yes, very fair.
We usually don't tell people we're surveilling that we're surveilling them.
In reference to the person that came forward to you and gave you information, which was the primary basis for your warrant, Kimberly McMahon, she was a real estate agent.
Yes.
But at the time that these solicitations that she claimed occurred between herself and Mr. Tellis, she was actually a lieutenant of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Around the same time. I don't know the exact dates, but yes, around the same time.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that it's my understanding that she was, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Okay. You had testified that while Mr. Tellis has been exonerated, and let me ask you this, your investigation concerning Mr. Tellis and these allegations against Mr. Tellis concerning this kickback scheme, he was never notified, correct?
Correct.
So, up until your testimony today, he did not receive a phone call, he hasn't received a letter, anything of that nature to inform him that your investigation was complete and that you found no wrongdoing concerning the allegations that you were involved in.
I did not interview him, reference it, and it's not typical to let people know that they're subject of an investigation.
Fair enough. Would you agree with me that based upon this investigation that he conducted, an independent investigation, and provide you documentation concerning, you began and continued investigation for several months concerning Compass Realty and other actors?
Yes, I did.
And you ultimately submitted the evidence that you confirmed and built upon that was received from him. You submitted that to the district attorney's office.
It was a conversation with the district attorney's office. There was no formal submission or anything along those lines.
And you were informed that while obviously it was a statutory issue, but the district attorney's office did not file charges, but then you had given testimony that this information has been submitted to the FBI.
In regards to Mr. Tellis, yes.
Okay. In regards to even concerning an investigation of Mr. Tellis, or just so we're clear, please?
Yes, concerning the investigation that we were doing into Mr. Tellis for the kickbacks, that information was turned over to the FBI. The information referenced Compass Realty was not.
Okay. Fair to say that if Mr. Tellis had not come forth to you, that you wouldn't have learned, you weren't notified prior to his notifying you of these actions of Compass Realty and others?
Correct.
So he reached out to you, correct?
Yes.
And when I say you, I'm saying if I told you that he first reached out to the district attorney, Mr. Wolfson, and then ultimately it came to your desk, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, that's a fair assessment.
You reached out to Detective Gaddis on September 4th of 2022, correct?
Detective Gaddis and I had a conversation before, since the murder occurred, up until his arrest. So,
you had reached out, and if I told you it was contained within an officer's report authored by Detective Gaddis, do you have a reason to disagree with me?
No, I wouldn't.
So you'd agree with me, you reached out to Detective Gaddis to inform Detective Gaddis that you had information that you felt would implicate Mr. Tellis in a murder?
I don't recall any information that would implicate him. I passed along facts that I had through my investigation.
To where you thought that he should be a target or he should be looked at?
Here we go.
Again, I was just informing Detective Gaddis of information that I had. She was a case agent. However, she receives that information is her decision.
And like I said, I don't want to mince words with you, but you basically reached out to Detective Gaddis to say, hey, I think I have some information. You should look at Mr. Tellis.
She should be aware of the information I had, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tellis is detained for the purposes of collecting his DNA and ultimately his pants on September 7th. You're aware of that?
Yes.
DNA and pants.
He's subsequently spoken to by homicide detectives, correct?
Yes.
You then became involved or entered into that interview, that discussion?
I was present at the beginning of the conversation with him.
Okay. And there was discussion that you had with him concerning an investigation or other matters concerning you and him, correct?
Yes, we had conversation. I was giving him updates on where we're at with Compass Realty as the homicide investigation was continuing.
So he's being detained, having his DNA taken, literally having his pants taken off of him, and you are speaking to him concerning Compass and Compass Realty.
When I spoke to him, that process had already been completed, and we were just in the room, more like small talk type conversation.
Okay, but you were there, correct?
Yes.
He's obviously aware that he's the subject of a murder investigation. Things are going, as you testified, fairly badly for him in a psychological, mental sense. You're now part of the crisis negotiation team that's speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
And then following his emergence from his residence, you then are in the ambulance with Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, I was.
And it was just you and he in the ambulance?
No, there was multiple people inside the ambulance.
Okay, who was in the ambulance?
My partner with the negotiation team was with me, and then numerous firefighters and paramedics.
I see. And since that time, you've not had any contact with Mr. Tellis?
No.
Thank you. And again, subject to recall, I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
So no spice. Very reserved. But we're going to see this
Your
again.
testimony here today. You may step down. You're not excused from your subpoena. So if Mr. Draskowitz wants to recall you, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being here today. You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
They called Officer Levi Hancock.
Levi Hancock. I know somebody by the same name. A really, really good disc golf player. I played disc golf with him, and he could throw about twice as far as I can. The only difference between him and me is that he can choose where it lands, and I can't. And, of course, it takes twice as many throws to get it there. Or more, in my case. A little bit of a letdown on the no spice there.
Stand your raise your right hand, please. Swear.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
He's wearing a flight suit? What is that?
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Levi Hancock. First name is spelled Levi. Last name is Hancock.
Proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what division are you currently in with Metro?
In the SWAT section.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 7th of 2022. Were you and your SWAT team members kind of sent out to help assist in potentially effectuating an arrest on a defendant by the name, a suspect by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, we were.
Do you see Robert Tellis here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please point out where he is and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray suit on the far right side of that table.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Okay.
Can we just say he's the bald
now,
guy on the table? Because he's the only one there.
Prior to going out to effectuate that arrest, were you aware that there was a search warrant being executed on that home earlier in the day?
Yes.
Okay. So once you guys are sent out, what is the plan at that point? What's the plan to do this?
So we had been notified of the previous search warrant. We were also told that there was an incoming search warrant to take Mr. Tellis into custody. That was pending some DNA results.
Okay.
It was our understanding that surveillance was being done on the house at that point in time, at which point they made contact with him, and then they deemed it a barricaded person, and that's when we were requested.
And around that time, DNA results come back in. Are you made aware of that?
Yes.
And there's a decision that an effectuating arrest is going to happen?
Correct.
How many SWAT officers respond to this barricade?
I would say probably around 20 or so, at least.
All right. Where were you? Let me ask you this. When, let's say you're dealing with a resident, are sides of the home given a number?
Yes, they are.
What is that? How does that work in your?
So if you're facing a residence, to the left of it would be the 2 side, the rear was what we call the 3 side, and then to the right of it would be the 4 side.
And the front would be?
The 1 side.
All right. So were you assigned a particular side of the house?
Yes, it was red team was actually the primary team that day, and I work on blue team. They put a request out for additional personnel, and I was assigned to work on the 3 side of the building.
So that's the back part.
That's the back, correct.
And I don't want to assume, but it sounds as if maybe there are officers maybe on all sides of the house. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's completely surrounded.
Okay. So are there efforts, as far as you know, to communicate with Mr. Tellis to see if he would come out on his own?
Yes, prior to our arrival was our understanding, at least the communication that had been put out, was that they were on the phone with him and he had made the refusal to come out of the residence.
Do you know roughly how long people talked with Mr. Tellis?
It was well more than an hour,
okay,
if not closer to 2.
All right. Ultimately, are you able, does the SWAT team enter the home?
Yes. Prior to our arrival, the units that were conducting surveillance made the determination that they needed to enter the residence under exigent circumstances because they were in fear that he was harming himself. They made entry into the home, cleared the first level of the home. That's the point when SWAT assets started to arrive and took over inside the home.
And based on what you learned, where did you believe Mr. Tellis was located in the house? You said you secured the first floor. Where did you believe he was located?
So it was relayed to us. We also put out snipers, so they provide intelligence and overwatch for us. They had seen some movement on the second floor of the 1 side. If you're facing the home, the very first window, it appeared to be some block windows, but they could see some movement, some hand movement, gestures coming from that bathroom.
Okay. Is there a decision made to make your way up the stairs to the second floor?
Yes. Prior to that, we used robotics and a drone.
Why are those helpful?
Well, we don't want to rush into any type of situation and put ourselves in a position where, unfortunately, we encounter a lot of individuals that try and go suicide by cop. So we want to identify somebody, try and isolate them, establish communication with them, and have a peaceful resolution.
Okay. So do the robots and the drones establish visual on the defendant?
Yes, the robot came in first, ascended the stairs, and actually proceeded into the master bedroom, which is on the one side of the second floor.
Okay, so the front side of the house.
The front side of the house, yes.
I'm learning. Okay, so the robot gets visual. How about the drone? Does it establish visual as well?
Yeah, the robot actually made its way into the master bedroom. There was quite a bit of clutter in the bedroom, so it couldn't really proceed much further. Soon after that, the drone came in, flew into that bedroom, and identified Mr. Tellis in the bathtub.
Okay, so he's in the bathtub according
Yes.
to the visuals that you got?
Yes.
Okay, so what happens next?
It was relayed to us as the drone flew in. And again, the robots have the ability to establish communications with the person. They relayed to us over the radio that Mr. Tellis had appeared to drop a knife outside of the bathtub, meaning that he was potentially unarmed at that point. They identified that he was covered in blood and potentially had some self-inflicted wounds on him.
Do you and your team make your way up the stairs to the bathroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you reach the bathroom, what do you see and what do you do at that point?
I was the first person in the bathroom operating the shield. We established verbal communication with him, told him, "Let me see your hands." He made some gesture like he had said, you know, if he did have a weapon, I believe I said, drop the knife or drop whatever you may have. He made some gesture that it was outside of the bathtub. I could definitively clear his hands at that point, which we proceeded forward to remove him from the bathtub.
Okay. Are you successful in removing him from the bathtub?
Yes.
Once removed from the bathtub, do you provide any sort of immediate assistance medically to Mr. Tellis?
Yes, we extracted him from the bathtub and pulled him out into the main floor space of the master bedroom so we could at least start to render some medical aid. We're fortunate enough to have what's called a tactical emergency medical team with us. So we have commissioned officers that are EMTs, and then we have physicians that volunteer their time. So we had a physician on site along with two EMTs that came in along with myself to provide medical aid to Mr. Tellis.
So essentially the three of you provide medical aid, is that correct?
Yes, four of us.
Four of you.
Yes.
What about the rest of those SWAT members? Do they stick around, or are they kind of sent downstairs? What happens?
No, they were sent to just to make sure the rest of the residence was clear and then just get out of the way.
Okay. After providing medical assistance on the second floor, where do you take Mr. Tellis?
We wrapped him in a sheet so we could ascend him down the stairs, and then he was placed on a gurney, at which point he was taken out to medical.
At the time that you performed all of these actions, were you wearing anything to record things that you had seen or experienced while inside the house?
Yes, we're assigned a body-worn camera, which is worn on my helmet.
Prior to coming here today, have you had a chance to review that body-worn footage?
Yes.
All right. At this time, we are going to play Officer Hancock's body-worn camera. It is found within Exhibit States 344. It's been admitted already in there.
Okay, so maybe a content warning here. We're not sure what portions of this we're going to see, but
thank you.
The defendant is going to be featured on this, and he may not be fully clothed.
I'm just going to stop it right here. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the stairs that lead up to the second floor of Mr. Tellis' home.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Red Pen, for the catch on the body.
Copy that. We're making our way up to 88 to the master bedroom. The plan's already been put out. Keep eyes moving. Keep eyes on. Copy that. We're ready to go. Taser ready. Taser rush clean behind me. Yeah, I told him I pulled back over. Levi, smash it if you need to.
That's the drone. Oh my goodness.
Your hand.
Land the drone. Land the...
Here. Slide. Wait. There you go. Slide. Yep, I got it. Hey, just pull them out when we can. When you can, leave line. No rush. He's got a lot of wounds. Make me a hole. You're gonna need. Hey. That's you. What's up? That's it. Pull out. Keep going. Keep going. Hey, we don't have a lot of room on this land. It's right here's good. Right here's good. Put it down. Yeah, got a lot of stations on it. Listen, hey, you want to take him out? You want to take him out? Hey, check his other response. No, SWAT guys. One guy. Levi with medical. One guy. Everybody else start backfilling and clearing. Yes, sir. Levi stays with medical. Everyone else start backfilling and clearing the rest. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mark, got a room over here as well. I'll go with Mark.
Hey, push back. Somewhere. A lot of significant blood loss in the bathtub. You want to get him outside? Just get dressed. Let's just make sure there's nothing material. We need to stop right away. Joey's off.
The rest of the team's clearing up the house. Hey,
yeah. Down work cutting off the arms are no big deal. They're superficial. They can get dressed and make sure no junctional.
TAC medics are working as well as a TAC doc. Does that room drive around back to work? They're clear. Yes.
Take it all the way down. Take it all the way down.
It's all superficial. Or TAC medics, but it's all superficial to the arms.
Rolling for TAC.
You're going to get there. Doc Yancey's going to be your TAC doc.
Okay. Let's roll up and check his bag for any blood source there. Otherwise, check blood flow on us. Which way? Away from us?
Away from me. I won't control those arms still, okay?
We're just going to stop at 312. I think I'm reading that right, 312. Essentially, the rest of the footage kind of shows you guys administering that emergency aid at the top of the stairs. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this time, I have no further questions for the witness.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, based on your recollection in the images captured here, it appears that Mr. Tellis had lost a substantial amount of blood.
Correct.
Did you have any indication at this time whether he had ingested drugs or alcohol?
I didn't. The attending physician, John Anson, they made the determination that he possibly ingested something. I believe they gave him 2 doses of Narcan.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
All right. Favorite part of that was the drone. I've flown drones, and that was one angry-sounding drone. It's like kicking a hornet's nest, and hornets on speed is what drones sound like, I think. Apparently there was, I don't know the extent of the details, but there was some effort of self-harm involved here, so he was taken into the ambulance immediately after they helped him out of the tub. And I don't know the severity of it, but there were some injuries. 2 doses of Narcan is a lot. Yes, 1 is a lot. Narcan is a serious thing. I mean, it's powerful stuff. Drones with wasps surrounding it on the thumbnail. Got a sidebar happening right now. This is our final. I believe this is our final segment of the trial. The next break we have will probably be for the weekend, and then we'll be back on Monday with just the one case because we've got the verdict already in the naughty neighbor trial. So this was after the Jeff incident. Yes. I believe this was. It was a robot, not a drone. There were both. We had a robot go in first. The robot has communications. A drone can't have communications because you can't hear anything over the fan, over the props spinning. But the robot has cameras and communications, generates cables.
Okay, at this time we're going to conclude for the day. We will resume again Monday morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, 10:30.
All right, the jury is headed out for the weekend. That was it. It's a little early. It's a little bit early. I'm going to keep the audio going here just for a second in case we get some hot mic or some sidebar stuff going on with the jury out of the room. But we might be done. That's 11:30 Utah time. Thank you, Alita Lay. Thank you. Appreciate it. It was great to meet you, Alita. Honestly, so glad we got to meet you. And I'll have to talk with Miss Zari about the schedule. But I got to meet with Danny on direct as well at the hearing last week, and for Corey Richens up in Park City. And possibly, depending on the schedule, I might be on with Danny tomorrow night. We'll see. It depends what's on the schedule. I'll talk to her off the air. We have to make that choice. There's been an invitation, and I'd love to oblige, because there's some cool stuff that Danny's doing, which I think you would all be interested in. So if that happens, I'll definitely invite you all and do that. All right. I'm not hearing or seeing anything else. We just get. I think they're done. I think they're done for the day. So we're going to take a break for the weekend. How was that? It's 5 p.m. It's 7 p.m. East Coast, so we're done for the day. How'd it get so late? We got late. All right. That being said, we're going to go right here. We're going to turn off the anybody count, which made it all the way up to 102, which is pretty good. Pretty good. I have to clean this space behind me. You can't see, but Mrs. R.A. is right there. Can you stick your a little further? A little further. Lean.
No, I can't. Oh, it's this way.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, the bed's not that big. It's there. Mrs. R.A.'s back, so I get to spend some time with her. It's the weekend. Now my vacation starts. Now my vacation starts. Instead of working all week, we get to spend some family time together and all that. So, no Friday Night Frenzy tonight. Lawn Lumber, and is that a question, Alita? Are they not doing F&F tonight? Usually, if Rob's not doing something, not Kurt, but Ian will. I'll have to check, see what's up with them. All right. There's also a possibility, depending on the schedule, that tomorrow we may do a document read-through for the Ashley Benefield stuff as a bonus stream, because we've got those pending out there. I know we want to read that. There's some spicy stuff about juror misconduct. There's a letter out there to try to get the judge disqualified. There might be some validity to it, so it's gonna be cool. All right, I think that's all. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. If not tomorrow, which could either be our own stream or with Danny. Is that tomorrow with Danny, or is it tonight? Tomorrow night. Okay, we'll see. Possibly on with Danny tomorrow night. We'll be on Monday morning, and I think we've only got the one court. It starts at 10:30 a.m. Pacific, which means 12:30 Eastern time. We'll do court hopping in the morning, then we'll portal over and do our regular Robert Tellis coverage after that. So, did I already say the outro? Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning or sooner. How about that? Oh, I need to get a picture ready. So we're out of time. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. We'll see you guys. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.